This is beautiful. The sisters did marvelous job here with the decorations. I'm just wondering what's going to happen when I put the Bibles on. Okay? But all praise to the Most High. This is beautiful. All praise to the Lord. We're going to begin now. All right? Yes, sir. People see us online? Yes, sir. All praise. All praise. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Online, most thank God bless you all. Happy Feast of the Passover. We're still observing the Passover this day. Okay? Hope everybody is in good spirits. Okay? We've got some sick people in the congregation, so bear with us. All right? Okay. All praise to the Most High. All praise. So Thursday night, it was the first day of the Passover. Okay, we observed it. All right? But we could not have class because we were experiencing load shedding in South Africa. So bear with us. So I'm going to go over the class. Okay, take notes. All right? Let's open up with John 8:32. Let's start there. Okay, let's start there. Do people see us proper online, brothers? Yes, sir. Okay. Why the logo looks a bit blurry at the back? It's a little bit blurry. Can the people see? Can the people see us online properly? The logo? Yes, sir. Okay. All right. John 8:32. Let's start. John chapter 8 verse 32. Let me see it properly. Okay, let's go. John 8:32. Read that. The book of John chapter 8 verse 32. Read. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And you shall know the what? And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. You know, this is how I would like to start my classes, because this is our Lord and Savior, Christ speaking. You understand? He says, we shall know the truth, and the truth shall make us free. Because as a people, we don't know what the truth is. Okay? That's why we have to read this verse over and over. Why? Because our people don't know what the truth is. Read that again. The book of John, chapter 8, verse 32. I just like the way it sounds. Read it again. Come on. And ye shall know the truth. And ye. Who's the ye is speaking to? Jump up the verse. Okay? Go read the verse above it. The book of John, chapter 8, verse 31. Start of verse 30, actually. John 8, verse 30. The book of John, chapter 8, verse 30. Read. And he spake these words, many believed on him. Many believed on him. When Christ spoke, when Christ taught, it says many believed on him. Come on. Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him. Then said Jesus to those who? Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him. Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him. So Christ was speaking to the Jews, the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. Okay? The Jews is not the people you see in Israel today. Those are not the Jews of the Bible. Get that in Jeremiah 14 verse 2. Let's see who are the people that Christ was talking to. What do they look like? What nationality are they on this day in 2023? Read that. The book of Jeremiah chapter 14 verse 2. Read. Judah mourneth. It says the Jews are mourning. Come on. And the gates thereof language. And the gates thereof language. Come on. They are black. They are what? They are black. They are what? They are black. What color is the Jews? They are black. The Jews are black. The so-called black men and black women today, you are the Jews of the Bible. That's who Christ was talking to in John chapter 8 verse 30. Okay? It says the Jews are what? It says they are what? And the gates thereof language. They are black. They are what? They are black. They are black. Come on. Unto the ground. Because they were made from the dust of the soil. Like our forefather Adam. Adam, that black man. You understand? Read that in Genesis 2 verse 7. Real quickly. Okay? Because our forefathers, they always taught the truth. They always taught the truth that's written in the book. It's only today in the Christian church where they teach our people Easter, which has nothing to do with the Bible. Those are philosophies of men. Okay? Read it. The book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 7. Go ahead. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground. He formed man of the dust of the ground. Go ahead. And breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. You see that? He made man from the dust of the ground. The dust of the ground is the soil. The soil is dark. The deeper you dig in the soil, the more darker it becomes. Understand that? Okay, go back to John now. Chapter 8, verse 30 again. The book of John, chapter 8, verse 8.
Go ahead.
As he spake these words, many believed on him.
Many Jews believed on him. The so-called black men of today, the so-called Hispanic men of today, the so-called Native American Indian men of today. We are the biblical Israelites. Go ahead.
Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him.
The Jews that believed on Christ. Okay? Israelites. Read.
If ye continue in my way.
You see that we must continue in the word of God. We must continue. Okay? Not only just hear it, but continue in it. Read.
Then are ye my disciples indeed.
Then are ye my disciples indeed. Disciples means students. Go ahead.
And ye shall know the truth.
So, guess what? You must believe on the words of Christ, the word that Christ taught unto us. You must continue in the word that Christ taught unto us. Then when you do so, then guess what? You're going to know the truth. That's what he's saying. You will know the truth and the what?
And ye shall know the truth.
And you shall know the truth.
And the truth shall make you free.
And the truth shall make you free. You understand? So, Passover 2023, okay? This is what day now? This is the third day, right? This is the third day of the Passover 2023. Okay, the first day was Thursday, sundown. Understand it? So don't get confused, okay? Now, give me the book of Romans chapter 15, verse 4. Okay, this is going to be hard. It's going to be easy at the beginning, then it's going to get a little bit meaty in the end, okay? So pay close attention.
The book of Romans, chapter 15, verse 4.
Read.
For whatsoever things were written aforetime.
Whatsoever things were written. We only believe on things that are written in this book. Okay? Read.
Were written for our learning.
They were written for our learning. The things that the prophets did right, they were written for us to learn from. This Bible is not just supposed to sit there and gather dust. The Bible was written and given unto us to read and study and learn from it and apply the things that are written in it. Go ahead.
That we,
go ahead.
Through patience and comfort of the scripture.
The we here is the Israelites, the Jews. Israelites scattered in Rome that the Apostle Paul is writing to. Go ahead.
That we, through patience and comfort of the scripture, might have hope.
You see where our comfort comes from? Our comfort comes from the word of God. Our comfort don't come from politics. Our comfort don't come from doing a democracy. None of that. Our comfort comes from the word of the Most High God this day. Okay? Read again verse 4.
The book of Romans, chapter 15, verse 4.
Read.
For whatsoever things were written aforetime.
Come on.
Were written for our learning.
Read.
That we, through patience and comfort of the scriptures, might have hope.
So the things that were written aforetime, that's history. The things that were written in the past. So what is the Lord saying through the Apostle Paul? Go into the scriptures. Go into the history. Go into the law and the prophets to see what the prophets did right. You understand? The things that have happened already, and the things which are happening now, and the things which is to come. Okay? Deuteronomy 32 verse 7. Read. Deuteronomy chapter 32 verse 7. Let's read it.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 32 verse 7.
Go ahead.
Remember the days of old.
You see that thing? Remember the things that are written aforetime. Remember the days of old. Go ahead.
Consider the years of many generations.
Consider the years of many generations. Our forefathers that came before us. Go ahead.
Ask thy father.
He says, ask your fathers. Go ahead.
And he will show thee.
And he will show thee the things of old. Read.
Thy elders.
Our elders. Go ahead.
And they will tell thee.
And they will tell us the things of old. Okay. Now watch this. Give me now the book of Exodus. Okay. Give me Exodus chapter 20. Exodus 20 verse 1. Watch this. Okay. We are going into the past now to read the things of old. Watch this. Exodus 20 verse 1. Read it.
The book of Exodus chapter 20 verse 1.
Go ahead.
And God spake all these words saying, I am the Lord thy God.
I am the Lord your God. He's speaking through Moses. Read.
Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
The Lord did what?
Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
The Most High God, He brought us out of the land of Egypt. Okay? We are observing the feast of the Passover. So we must know and understand this history. What the Lord did for us when He delivered us out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. Read it again. Verse 2. We must understand, Passover is to celebrate our deliverance and the destruction of our enemies. That's what the Passover feast is about. Destruction of our enemies and deliverance for Israel. Read that thing again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 2.
Read.
I am the Lord thy God.
Come on.
Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
Read.
Out of the house of bondage.
You see that?
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
He says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Because what were we doing in Egypt? We had other gods that we were worshipping in Egypt. We're going to go into those idols that we worshipped in Egypt. Read again. Verse 2.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 2.
No, verse 3. I'm sorry, verse 3. Come on.
Verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
He says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. We're going to go into those idols that we worshipped when we came into Egypt. Read.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
He says, don't make unto thee any graven image, because that's what we did when we was in Egypt. We made unto us graven images. Go ahead.
Or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above.
Read.
Or that is in the earth beneath. Or that is in the water under the earth.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
He says, don't bow down yourself to these graven images that we made ourselves in Egypt. We made graven images in Egypt. That's what we did. Go ahead.
Nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
Read.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate.
Because when we were in Egypt, we hated the Lord. Because we worshipped their idols in Egypt. Read.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love and keep my commandments.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Read.
For the Lord will not hold you guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Come on.
Remember the Sabbath day.
He says, remember the Sabbath day. Remember, what we're reading is the law that pertains to the Most High God. That's what we're reading here. Read again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 8.
This is the fourth commandment. Go ahead.
Remember the Sabbath day.
We must remember the Sabbath day. And today is the Sabbath. You understand? It is the Sabbath day. Go ahead.
To keep it holy.
To keep it holy according to the law. Read.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
Read.
In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gate.
You see that? Nor thy stranger that is within thy gate. Is that it on that? Keep reading. Up to verse 11. Read.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth. Read.
The sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day.
The Lord rested the seventh day. The seventh day is not Sunday. The seventh day is today, the Saturday. Go ahead.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
You see that? The Lord blessed the Sabbath day, which is the seventh day, and made it holy. That's why we observe it according to the law. Okay? Now watch this. Go back to Exodus now. Exodus chapter 20. Read verse 2 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 2.
Read.
I am the Lord thy God.
Come on.
Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
He says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Okay? Read again verse 3.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
He says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. We're going to go into that. Now, give me the book of Exodus 1. Okay? Exodus 1 and 1. Let's start there. I need you to read a little quicker. I have a lot to go over. Because we have another Sabbath class in the evening. Okay? Come on.
The book of Exodus, chapter 1, verse 1.
Read.
Now these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob.
So that's when we came into Egypt with our forefather Jacob. Okay, go ahead.
Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin. Dan, and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls. For Joseph was in Egypt already.
Because our forefather Joseph was in Egypt already. Because he was sold by our forefathers. You understand? That's why it says Joseph, for Joseph was in Egypt already. Go ahead.
And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation.
Read.
And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them.
Because at this time, This is when we became a nation, when we were in Egypt. That's when we became a nation, when we was in Egypt. Give me that in Deuteronomy 26 verse 5. We became a nation when we entered into Egypt. You understand? Now read that.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 26, verse 5.
Read.
And thou shalt speak and say before the Lord thy God, a Syrian ready to perish was my father.
Go ahead.
And he went down into Egypt.
He went down into Egypt. That's our forefather Jacob. That's what we just read. Come on.
And so John there a youth, and became there a nation.
You see that? And became there a nation. So when we are in Egypt, that's when we became a nation. That's what he said right there. Read it again.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 26, verse 5.
Go ahead.
And thou shalt speak and say before the Lord thy God,
Come on.
a Syrian ready to perish was my father. And he went down into Egypt, and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation.
And became there a what?
And became there a nation.
Read.
Great, mighty, and popular.
We were great, mighty, and populous. You understand? Now go back. Exodus chapter 1. Exodus 1 verse 7 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 1, verse 7.
Read.
And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundant, and multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them.
You see that thing? We became great, mighty, and populous. Go ahead.
Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph.
You see that? There arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. This king right here is Amos the first. Write that down. Amos the first is the new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. Meaning all the great things that Joseph did, he forgot about all of them. You understand? And Joseph during the 18th dynasty. You understand? So when we're in Egypt, we started, basically we became more and more abundant from the 17th dynasty until the 19th dynasty. But Amos the first is of the 18th dynasty. Okay, go ahead.
And he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we.
We're becoming more and more in Egypt. We're becoming mightier than them. Read.
Come on, let us deal wisely with them.
He says, come on, let us deal wisely with them. Because the nations always come together to deal wisely with us. How to destroy, how to overthrow, how to discomfit us. Go ahead.
Lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemy, and fight against them.
You see that? So they were afraid of them. They say we need to deal wisely with them. You understand? The same thing that they did back then to deal wisely with us, guess what? They are doing it today in New Egypt, in spiritual Egypt. They are dealing wisely with us once more. Go ahead.
And so get them up out of the land.
Meaning over time, because over time as it began to multiply more and more, this is what they planted, this is what they planned. They said, listen, they are becoming more and mightier than we are. Guess what? We must find a way of how to deal wisely with them. That's what they said. This is over time. Read.
Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters.
This is part of the reason why they deal wisely with us. Read.
To afflict them with their burdens.
To afflict us with their burdens. Come on.
And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities by Thorn and Ramses.
Because we build mega structures in Egypt. The pyramids that are famous and popular today is the pyramids that we built when we was over there. You understand? This what we're reading about here is in the Valley of the Kings. Python and Ramses. You can look that up online. Go ahead.
But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew.
So now you notice that Amos the first is gone. Now it says Ramses. It's letting you know that over time, Amos the first was no longer in the throne. Ramses took over. Ramses the second. Okay? But before Ramses the second took over, it was Seti the first, the father of Ramses the second. Go ahead.
And they were grieved because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with river.
Come on.
And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar, in brick, and in all manner of savings in the field. And all their savings wherein they made themselves was with river.
You see that? Meaning what? They were oppressing us. They were dealing with us harshly. Go ahead.
And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Shipra, and the name of the other Puah.
This is our foremothers now in Egypt, Shiphrah and Puah. Righteous foremothers in Egypt. Go ahead.
And he said, when you do the office of a midwife,
because they were midwives, they were the ones that were helping to give birth. You understand? Read.
To the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stool. If it be a son, then he shall kill him.
You see that? It says, if it's a boy, put the boy to death. That's part of the reason. This is another way of how they dealt wisely with us. The same thing they did back then, because why did they target the boys? Because the men continued the lineage of a nation. So if you say the men, what's left? The women. Who's going to continue the lineage of the nation if the man is not there? And the nations, they've been dealing wisely with us from back then, they are doing it today. That's why when we went over the class, when we were going over the South Africa's chemical and biological warfare program, what were they doing? They were using chemical agents to sterilize us sterilize both men and women without knowing. Very tear gas. You understand? Putting all these chemicals in lip gloss, lip ice, roll on, camphor creams and whatnot, lotion, okay? Soft drinks. That's how they did it. You think the same, the children of those Buddhas that was doing this to us during the time of the apartheid, when they were pushing the Project Coast, their chemical and biological warfare program. You think their children today, where are their children today? Because their children today, they are doctors, ne? Their children today, they are nurses, ne? Their children today, they work in the hospitals. You understand? They work in the pharmacies. They are scientists. They are engineers. They do all manner of these scientific advancements to continue what their forefathers did in the days of old. Understand that thing, okay? Read.
The book of Exodus, chapter 1, verse 19.
Read.
Verse 16. And he said, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him.
If it be a son, you shall kill him. Come on.
But if it be a daughter, then shall she live.
You see that? So the same thing, I'm not jumping ahead, but I'm in a mention anyway. Today, the way they deal wisely with our sons, they kill our sons, they what? They emasculate them. They feminize the black man today. That's how they kill them. They kill their manhood. And how do they say, but if it be a daughter, keep them alive. What do? They are pushing feminism to our sisters. They are pushing 50-50 to our sisters. They are pushing the independent black woman thing. So now they're keeping them alive. How? For them to be over us. That's how they're doing it today. That's how they deal wisely with us in these last days. Read.
But the midwives feared God, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them.
You see that thing? All praise to the Lord. Come on.
But saved the men children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said unto them, why have ye done this thing, and have saved the men children alive? And the midwives said to Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women.
Go ahead.
For they are like
with the children and kill them, as you said. The children are already delivered. Read.
Therefore, God dealt well with the midwives.
He dealt well with our foremothers, Shiphrah and Puah. Come on.
And the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses.
He made them houses. Go ahead. Meaning he looked after them. They were well looked after. Read.
And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive.
You see that? So that's how they dealt wisely with us. Now give me Exodus 2:23 now. Exodus chapter 2 verse 23.
The book of Exodus chapter 2 verse 23.
Read.
And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage.
So the king of Egypt that died here is Seti the first. You understand? The king of Egypt that died here is Seti the first. The one that Moses was his general. You understand? That's Seti the first. Read again.
The book of Exodus chapter 2 verse 23. And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage. And they cried, and their cry came up unto God by reason of the bondage.
Read.
And God heard them groaning, and God remembered his covenant.
You see that? So guess what? When we cry unto the Lord remembers the covenant that He made with our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The reason why you see today in Mzansi, I'm speaking for where we are now, in the diaspora, in South Africa. Our people, they are filled in the Christian church. When we go to the seats and teach them that you are the Jews, you must repent, come out of the Christian church, leave politics. They don't want to do it. They fight with us. They argue us down. The condition is not going to change, black man, black woman. You you keep voting and all that. Your condition is going to keep getting worse and worse and worse because you have no leaders over you. Understand that? Read.
And God had their groaning.
And God had their groaning. The government is not going to hear your groaning. You complain to Ramaphosa. Ramaphosa is not your God, but you've made him one. The government is not your God, but you made the government your God. You understand? The government is your God, now is your mother. You worship them. Read.
And God remembered His covenant with Abraham.
The Lord is not going to remember His covenant if you keep praying to the government. You keep praying to white Jesus. You go to church every Sunday. You toy during the week. You go to work during the week. Guess what? All of those are instruments of our enemies dealt wisely with us. They did it back then. They are doing it today. Understand that? Read.
With Isaac and with Jacob.
You see that? So when we cry unto the Lord remembers the covenant He made with our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. When you cry to the government, you cry to Julius Malema, you cry to Ramaphosa, you cry to Helen Mashaba, you cry to Kankalas, that toy soldier. Listen, the Lord is not going to deliver you. The Lord is not going to hear your groaning and your crying. Your condition will get worse until you remember what the Bible says and who you are and repent. Then the Lord will remember the covenant He made with our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's what we need to understand as a people. We have forgotten that. Read.
And God looked upon the children of Israel.
He looked then, the Lord looks upon us when we cry unto Him. Read.
And God has respect unto them.
You see that God only has respect unto us when we keep His commandment and when we cry unto Him. Not crying to Caesar Borges, that white image of Jesus. No. When we cry unto Him, our Father which is in heaven, who look like us, who loves us, you understand? Who's chastising us right now because of our rebellion. But we coming back. The Lord is having mercy upon us. That's why in the land of our captivities, we remember who we are. We bethink ourselves. Give me that in Exodus now, chapter 3, verse 6. Exodus, chapter 3, verse 6. Because the Lord is speaking unto Moses. The Moses being used as a savior to deliver us out of the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Read that, Exodus 3, verse 6.
The book of Exodus, chapter 3, verse 6.
Go ahead.
Moreover, He said, I am the God of thy father.
I am the God of your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's never been the God of the Moabites. He's never been the God of the children of Ammon. He's never been the God of the children of Edom. He's never been the God of the other nations. He's always been the God of Israel and none else. Read.
The God of Abraham, the God of Isaac.
You see that? He's telling you who He's the God of. The God of Abraham, Isaac, come on.
And the God of Jacob.
And the God of Jacob, the father of the 12 tribes of Israel. Read.
And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God.
Read.
And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people.
You see that? He says, I have surely seen the affliction of my people. What you need to understand, brothers and sisters, is that the Lord sees our affliction. But the Lord does something about our affliction when we cry unto Him. When we cry unto the government, the Lord is not going to do nothing about our condition. Because we're not crying unto Him for help. We're going into the government for them to help. Read. Because we have no faith. Read.
I have surely seen the affliction of my people,
Read.
which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry.
And I've heard their what?
And have heard their cry.
Because when you don't cry unto the Lord, you don't pray unto the Lord in the Holy Ghost. You understand? The Lord is not going to hear our affliction. Read.
By reason of their taskmasters.
You see that? By reason of their taskmasters, which is what they use to deal wisely with us. Read.
For I know their sorrows.
You see that? The Lord says He knows our sorrows. Read.
I have come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians.
You see that? Read.
And to bring them up out of the land unto a good land and a large.
Read.
Unto a land flowing with milk and honey.
That's the land of Jerusalem. Come on.
Unto the place of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites.
Read.
And the Hivites and the Jebusites.
Go ahead.
Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me.
You see that? So when we pray unto the Lord, we pray unto the Lord knowing who we are, that we are the Jews of the Bible. We are the 12 tribes of Israel. When we do that, the Lord says, our cry will come unto him. Read.
I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them.
You see that? I've also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. The Egyptians are not our friends. Brothers and sisters that are you into Africanism, who DJs go, you are into Africanism, hugging trees. Listen up. Kemet is not the way. Egyptology is not the way. The black man don't know who he is. You're holding on to the history and the demonic oppression that we suffered at the hands of our enemies, the Egyptians. Read that verse again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 3, verse 9.
Read.
Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me.
The cry of the children of Israel is come unto me. Go ahead.
I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them.
You see that the Egyptians is not something. Then listen, stop glorifying Kemet. Stop glorifying Egyptology. Egyptology is garbage. Saying I'm going to my African roots, you are saying you're going back to Kemet. You're going back to Egyptology. You're going back to what your oppressors did unto you during the time when we were in Egypt. Repent, black man. Return back unto this Bible. You understand? Because in Kemet, guess what? They don't teach marriage and none of that. You understand? They be teaching about ancestors and sangomas and wearing beads. They don't bath. They smell. Repent. Understand that. Keep reading.
Come now therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh.
And I'll send you unto Pharaoh. Yeah, I said it. I know you're going to get offended. Good. You must get offended so you repent and return back to this book. Because we have great work that we need to do. Not one man can do alone. We have a lot of work to do, brothers and sisters online. Especially you men. You understand? Read.
That thou mightest bring forth my people, the children of Israel.
You see that thou must bring forth my people, the children of Israel. Come on.
Out of Egypt.
Out of Egypt. Because we were slaves unto them. What verse you in?
Verse 10.
Okay. Now, go back. Give me Exodus 20, verse 2 and 3 now, okay? You understand? Because this is the basis of the Lord said, listen, I'm returning back now. I'm going to send you a Savior. He's going to deliver you out of Egypt. Read that.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 2.
Read.
I am the Lord thy God.
I am the Lord your God. Come on.
Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
Which have brought you out of the land of Egypt. To be brought out of the land of Egypt means to be delivered. Okay, come on.
Out of the house of bondage.
That's the true salvation. We were saved out of the hands of the Egyptians. You understand? So when you say you are saved in the Christian church, you're still in captivity. Because you're still being ruled over. You're still being oppressed. You understand? Read.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
He says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. So what we're about to read, we're going to read about the idols that we worship when we're in Egypt. Which is why the Lord says, I'm going to destroy all those idols that you're worshiping in Egypt. So you can know who the God of heaven and earth is. You understand? The same thing that our people was doing back then, they are doing it today under America, Babylon the Great. Understand that? Give me that in Exodus chapter 7, verse 15. Now we're going to go over the idols that we worship in Egypt. The graven images that we bow down to in Egypt. Exodus 7, verse 15.
The book of Exodus, chapter 7, verse 15.
Go ahead.
Get thee unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goeth out unto the water.
Read.
And thou shalt stand by the river's brink, against he come. And the rod which he was turned to a serpent, thou shalt take in hand.
This is the rod. It says the rod which was turned into a serpent. You can read about that in Exodus 4. Read.
And the rod which was turned to a serpent shalt thou take in thine hand.
Read. I need you to read a little quick. Come on.
And thou shalt say unto him, the Lord God of the Hebrews has sent me unto thee, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto thou wouldest not hear.
Read.
Thus saith the Lord, in this thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in mine hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood.
He says the rivers will be turned to blood. You understand? Because in the rivers, what were we worshipping in Egypt? So back, the crocodile god, The fish god. That's what we was worshiping in Egypt. Those, guess what that is? That's an idol. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Keep reading.
And the fish that is in the river shall die.
You see, and the fish that's in the river shall die. Take on. That's them. You understand? Read.
And the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe to drink of the water of the river.
Read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, say unto Aaron, take thy rod, and stretch out thy hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, that they may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone.
You see that the Lord now is bringing judgment upon the Egyptians. You understand? Show the people the first plague. Okay? Show the brothers and sisters online so they can see the plague. Okay? What our people was worshiping when we was in Egypt, these are the gods that we was worshiping in Egypt. And these are no gods. These are just dumb idols. Okay? Come on, brothers. Yeah? There are 10 plagues of Egypt. Now, show the people. Are they seeing it? Okay. So you see that? Water turning into blood. Okay. Now, give me now. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Go to the next plague now. Okay. Give me the book of Exodus. Give me Exodus chapter 8, verse 1.
The book of Exodus, chapter 8, verse 1.
Go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, go unto Pharaoh and say unto him, thus saith the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me. And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all thy borders with frogs.
You see that? He says, I will smite all thy borders with frogs. That's what our people today, they be eating those frogs and all that. Yeah, they remember the fish and the frogs they used to eat in Egypt free. You understand? Go ahead.
And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thy house, and into thy bedchamber, and upon thy bed, and into the house of thy servant, and upon thy people, and into thine oven, and into thy kneading troughs. So imagine frogs everywhere. You open the fridge, there's the frogs. You open the cupboard, there's the frogs. Everywhere there were frogs. So you have to really imagine what was taking place in Egypt. Go ahead. And the frogs shall come up both on thee and upon thy people and upon all thy servants.
So show the people. Okay, as we're reading it, I want the people to see what we read. Go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, say unto Aaron, stretch forth thine hand with the rod over the streams, over the river, and over the pond, and cause the frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt.
You see that? He can't. Because they call it he can't. He can't. Show the people so they can see. That's it right there. Okay, come on.
And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt.
The frogs covered the land of Egypt. So you had frogs everywhere. Heaps upon heaps of frogs. So you can imagine, it wasn't the small frogs you see today. The Mosai created new special frogs just for the Egyptians. You understand? Read.
And the magicians did so with their enchantment.
The magicians talk about the sangomas. Today, under the white man, they call them the scientists. But back then, these magicians, these are sangomas today. You understand? Go ahead.
And brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt.
Read.
Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, entreat the Lord that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto the Lord.
Go ahead.
And Moses said unto Pharaoh, glory over me. When shall I entreat for thee, for thy servant and for thy people, to destroy the frogs from thee and thy house, that they may remain in the river only? Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next plague. Okay, give me Exodus chapter 8 now, verse 16. The book of Exodus, chapter 8, verse 16.
Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, say unto Aaron, stretch out thy rod, and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt.
That it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. So now this is lice. You understand? That's what you see there on the screen. Okay, Beelzebub. Okay, This basically goes into uncleanness. Okay? Lice. We went over this. There's a class online called The Fear of Water. We go deep into that class. So guess what? You can go into that class, soak in the classroom, you'll see all that. Okay, come on.
And they did so, for Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod,
Read.
and smote the dust of the earth, and it became a lice in men.
Go ahead.
And it beast, and all the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt.
Read.
And the magicians did so with their enchantment.
The magicians did so in their enchantment. Go ahead.
To bring forth lice, but they could not, for there were lice upon men and upon beasts. Then the magician said unto Pharaoh, this is the finger of God.
What did they say?
This is the finger of God.
They are beginning to acknowledge the Most High God of heaven and earth. It says, this is the finger of God. Guess what? Which God? The God of the Hebrews. They are beginning to acknowledge that all these idols that they worship, they are nothing compared to the God of heaven and earth, maker of heaven and earth. Read.
And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said,
Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he cometh forth to the water, and say unto him, thus saith the Lord, let my people go.
What did he say?
Let my people go.
Let my people go. Come on.
That they may serve. Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee.
You see that? It says, if you don't let my people go, I'm going to destroy you with flies now. You understand? Listen, guess what? All these creatures that these are God's armies. These are the Most High's armies. He's using them to plague the Egyptians. Okay? Because that's what they worship. There's only one God on this earth. That's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The God of Israel, and none else. Go ahead.
And upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies.
They shall be what?
And the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies.
Shall be full of swarms of flies. Okay? This is the fourth plague. Okay, come on.
And also the ground whereon they are. And I will...
That's it, hold that. Give me Wisdom of Solomon 16 verse 9. Let's see what type of flies are these. You understand? Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 verse 9. These were not regular flies, okay? These was not regular flies. Watch this.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 verse 9. For them the bitings of grasshoppers and flies kill.
And what?
And flies kill.
What kind of a fly can kill you? Because the flies that you see today, they cannot kill you. You understand? So, but these type of flies right here, the Most High made them specially for the destruction of the Egyptians. Read it again. Verse 9.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 verse 9.
Go ahead.
For them the bitings of grasshoppers and flies kill. Neither was there found any remedy for their life.
Read.
For they were worthy to be punished by such.
You see that thing? Now go back now. Exodus. Okay. Exodus chapter 8. Read verse 21 again.
The book of Exodus chapter 8 verse 21.
Read.
Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies.
You see that swarms of flies that when it bites you, you drop dead. Read.
And also the ground whereon they are. And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell.
Because we were in the land of Goshen when the Egyptians was getting plagued. Go ahead. The land that was chosen for us by our forefather Joseph. Read.
That no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end that thou mayest know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth.
Go ahead.
And I will put a division between my people and thy people. You
see that the Most High is separating us from the Egyptians. Shall not a dog move his tongue. Go ahead.
Tomorrow shall the sign be.
Go ahead.
And the Lord did so. And they came and cleaved their swarms of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servant's house, and into the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarms of flies.
You see that the land was corrupted by flies. How? Because there were dead bodies everywhere. Because these flies, when it bites you, you drop dead. Understand that. Now watch this. Let's get to the next plague. Okay, the fifth plague. Okay, give me Exodus 9 this one.
The book of Exodus, chapter 9, verse 1.
Read.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Go into Pharaoh and tell him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me.
Read.
And if thou refuse to let them go, and thou wilt hold them still, behold, the hand of the Lord is upon thy cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous murrain.
There shall be a very grievous murrain. Murrain means disease, plague. There's going to be a very grievous plague on this one. Go ahead.
And the Lord shall sever between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt.
Okay, put the plague on the screen so that people can see. Pay attention, brothers. Okay? Put the plague on the screen. Read.
And there shall nothing die of all that is in the children of Israel.
You see that thing? The children, the livestock of our forefathers didn't die. But all of the Egyptians died. Because guess what? This right here, guess what, is, they call it Hathor, right? Hathor. The worship of cattle. You see those cows that Ramaphosa has? Those are the cows. The cows with huge horns. You see them in Rwanda. Okay? Paul Kagame has a lot of them. Okay? The president of Rwanda. Read.
And the Lord appointed a set time, saying,
Even the people of Kenya, okay, the Maasai, they also have the same. You understand? Go ahead.
And the Lord appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow the Lord shall do this thing in the land. And the Lord did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Egypt died.
All the cattle of Egypt died. Go ahead.
But of the cattle of the children of Israel,
the cattle of the children of Israel have small horns. They've got average horns. Okay, go ahead.
Died not one. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go.
What verse you in?
The 7th.
Okay. Now, that's it on that. That's the next play. Let's read the next play. Next verse. Okay, come on.
The book of Exodus, chapter 9, verse 8. And the Lord said unto
Wait. Show the people the next play. Come on. I need you to stay with me. Okay? The next plague. The 6th plague. Kitesh. Okay? Now read it.
And the Lord said unto Moses and unto Aaron, Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle it toward the heaven in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in all the land of Egypt, and shall be a boil breaking forth with flames upon men, and upon beasts throughout all the land of Egypt.
So upon men and beasts there was boils upon them. You understand? You ever seen when like hot water sprinkles upon you? Like very hot water. A boil pops up. The Most High God, guess what? He used the ashes to create boils upon the cows and the people. This is a plague. The Most High wasn't playing. Okay, go ahead.
And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses sprinkled it up toward heaven, and it became a boil breaking forth with flames upon men and upon beasts.
And upon beasts. Go ahead.
And the magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boil.
Read.
For the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Egyptians. And the Lord,
what verse you?
Verse 11.
Okay, now let's read the next plague. Okay, pay attention. The next plague. The 7th plague. Give me that in Exodus 9, verse 16.
The book of Exodus, chapter 9, verse 16.
Watch this.
And in very deed for the
Remember now, don't forget the thought, Exodus 20, verse 3. Because I know some of you forgot already. Okay? So that when you read Exodus, the 20th chapter, you will now understand what Moses was actually going over. Okay? Read.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 3.
Read.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
You see that? Thou shalt have no other gods before me. So you remember back to the plagues, the idols that our forefathers was worshipping in Egypt. That's what you must remember when you read Exodus 20. Okay, go ahead.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Read.
or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above.
That is in heaven above. Okay, go ahead.
Or that is in the earth beneath.
Or that is in the earth beneath. Go ahead.
Or that is in the water under the earth.
You see that? Because they were worshipping frogs and fish and crocodiles. Read.
thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
You see that? Because that's what we were doing. We're bowing down ourselves unto them. Read.
Nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate.
You see that thing? So go back now. Exodus 9:16.
The book of Exodus, chapter 9, verse 16.
Read.
And in very deed, for this cause have I raised thee up, for to show in thee my power.
So the Lord says, I raised up Pharaoh. He raised up Pharaoh to show forth his power in him. The same way, he raised up the white man so he can show forth his power in him. So that when he destroys him, everybody gonna know who did it. You understand? Get that in Romans 9, real quick. I know I'm jumping somewhere, but it's fine. No praise to the Most High. Okay? Read that in Romans 9. Romans chapter 9, verse 17. Because that's what the Apostle Paul is quoting at you. Okay, come on.
The book of Romans, chapter 9, verse 17.
Watch this.
For the scripture said unto Pharaoh.
You see that? For the scripture said unto Pharaoh. That's what we're reading in Exodus 9:16. Read.
Even for this same purpose have I raised thee up, that I might show my power in thee.
Read.
And that my name might be declared throughout all the earth.
You see that? So he's talking about Esau here, the white man. So the same way he raised up Pharaoh back then to be powerful, so that when he destroys him, everybody knew. That's the same way he raised up the white man in these last days. So that the day he destroys him, everybody gonna know who did it. Because nobody believes that this white man can be taken down. Nobody believes it. Especially our people. The same way they didn't believe that Pharaoh can be taken down, they don't believe that the white man can be taken down in these last days. Guess what? He's going to be wiped out. You understand? He's going to be taken down with a mighty destruction. Understand that? Let's go back. Exodus 9:16.
The book of Exodus, chapter 9, verse 16.
Read.
And in very deed for this cause have I raised thee up, for to show in thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth.
Because today, guess what? Up to this day, the world is still talking about the destruction of Egypt. That's why they are holding on to the relics of Egypt. They make documentaries about it. They say we found a mummy. They cannot stop digging into Egypt because why? It's something that cannot be forgotten. You understand? Read.
As yet exaltest thou thyself against my people.
Because that's what Pharaoh was doing. He exalted himself against us. He was proud. You understand? Go ahead.
That thou wilt not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time, I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail.
You see that? It says, tomorrow about this time, I'm going to what?
Behold, tomorrow about this time, I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail.
A very grievous hail. Go ahead.
Such as have not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof, even until now.
That's some heavy stuff, man. You see, the Most High is like, he says, you flexing? Okay, I'm going to flex now. The Lord is flexing now. And the Lord is not bluffing. Keep going.
Send therefore now, and gather thy cattle, and all that thou hast in the field. For upon every man and beast, which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die.
They shall die. He's letting you know, this is what I'm going to do to you. You understand? I'm going to destroy your livestock now. Okay? Read.
He that hears the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the house.
So now they're hiding the cattle into the houses now. Read. Go ahead.
And he that regarded not the word of the Lord left his servants and his cattle in the field.
He said they did not regard the word of the Lord. Let's see what happened. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, stretch forth thine hand toward heaven, and they may be hid in all the land of Egypt.
You see that thing? Because remember, the Egyptians, they worship what? The sky. You understand? They worship the sky. That's why today, Elon Musk, he can't stop going up there. You understand? NASA, they cannot stop going up there because they are gazing. They are stargazers. Because they worship up there. You understand? And they know there's black people up there. You know what? That's crazy. That's the crazy thing about it. Black people is up there. You understand? But they make you believe that there's nobody up there. It's only them. That's why they go to a red planet their red self is their way to a red planet. Okay, go ahead.
Upon men, and upon beasts, and upon every herb of the field,
Read.
throughout all the land of Egypt. And Moses stretched forth his rod toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail.
The Lord sent thunder and hail. By the way, pay attention to this. You see this plague right here that we're reading about? This seventh plague, the seventh plague. Pay close attention here. You understand? Read the verse again, verse 22.
The book of Exodus, chapter 9, verse 23.
Read.
And Moses stretched forth his rod toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground.
You see that thing? Fire and hail. How can fire and hail work together? These are two opposites, but they are all mingled one with another. Read.
And the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail.
That's some heavy stuff. Fire was mixed with the hail. Water mixed with fire. Read.
Very grievous.
Very grievous. Come on.
Such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt, since it became a nation.
You see that since Egypt became a nation, they've never seen anything like this. Read.
And the hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, both men and beasts.
All that was in the field, man and beast, like he promised. Read.
And the hail smote every herb of the field.
The herbs of the field. Now it's eating up the vegetation now, destroying the crops. Read.
And break every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen.
Only in the land of Goshen, where we were as Israel. Read.
Where the children of Israel were, was there no hail.
There was no hail. Go ahead.
And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses.
Okay, that's it on that. That's it on that. Now watch this. Give me Wisdom of Solomon 19 verse 18. Let's dig into that hail. Okay. Let's see what was taking place when the Lord was sending hail from heaven upon the earth to destroy the Egyptians. The hail that was mingled with fire. Lightning, hail, and fire. This is some heavy stuff, man. That's why they call him the king of terrors. Okay? Read.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 19, verse 18.
Come on.
For the elements were changed in themselves.
He said the elements were changed in themselves. Read on.
By a kind of harmony.
Meaning the elements were working harmoniously. Read.
Like as in a sultry note.
Meaning as if music is playing. Meaning the water and the fire and the lightning, they all work together. Like this is somebody's playing a musical instrument. Read.
Like as in a sultry note, change the name of the tune, and yet are always sound.
And they were all, listen, there was rhythm. Read.
Which may well be perceived by the sight of the things that have been done.
The things that were being done was the destruction that was being done upon the Egyptians. That's what he's saying. Go ahead.
For everything were turned into water.
You see that? For earthly things were turned into water. Go ahead.
And the things that before swam into the water now went up upon the ground.
You see that? The things that were in the water, they were now in the ground. You understand? These are things that Ezra's been mentioning. Go ahead.
The fire had power in the water.
The fire had power in the water. Because it says what? The wild beasts shall change their places. That's what we read in 2 Ezra 5, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Forgetting his own virtue.
Meaning the fire forgot its own nature. What is the nature of fire? Is to burn. What is the nature of water? Is to quench the fire out. But on this day, that didn't happen. On this day. Okay? Is that it on that?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
And the water forgot its own quenching nature.
You see that the water forgot its quenching nature. Read.
On the other side, the flames wasted not the flesh of the corruptible living things. Though they walked therein, neither melted they the icy kind of heavenly meat that was of nature apt to melt.
You see, it says, according to nature, they were supposed to melt, but they did not. You understand? Because they were dealing with the maker of these things. The original OG. You understand? The OG. They were dealing with the OG on this one. Okay? Let's go back now. Let's go back. Okay? Now, that was the 7th plague. Okay? Now let's go to the 8th plague. Exodus 10 verse 1.
The book of Exodus, chapter 10, verse 1.
Read.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart,
Before I have what?
For I have hardened his heart.
The Lord is telling Moses, listen, this man is just going to be rebellious, and that's what I want. I want him to be rebellious so I can destroy him. You understand? The same thing he did back then, he's doing it today with our oppressors. Read.
And the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, that thou mayest tell in the ears of thy son and of thy son's son what things I have wrought in Egypt.
You see that? He says you must tell your children and your sons' children the wonders I've done for you in Egypt. Read.
And my signs which I have done among them, that he may know that I am the Lord.
You see that thing? Go ahead.
And Moses and Aaron came unto Pharaoh and said unto him, Thus says the Lord God of the Hebrews, how long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve. Else, if thou refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow will I bring the locusts into thy coast.
You see that? It says, on the morrow, I'm going to bring locusts into thy coast. So the question is, what type of locusts were these? Because, I mean, when you see locusts there, you don't want it. But when you see a swarm of them coming in, you know they're going to eat your crops and all that. But guess what? That's not the type of locusts he's talking about. You understand? Keep reading. Watch this.
And they shall cover the face of the earth.
They shall what?
And they shall cover the face of the earth.
Read.
That none cannot be able to see the earth.
Read.
And they shall eat the residue of that which is escaped, which remaineth unto you from the hay.
What verse you in?
Verse 4. Verse 5.
Go ahead.
And shall eat every tree which groweth for you out of the field. And they shall fill thy houses, and the houses of thy servants, and the houses of all the Egyptians, which neither thy fathers nor thy fathers' fathers have seen.
You see that? He says, this type of locusts, listen, your fathers, your great-grandfathers, they have never seen this thing. Read.
Since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself and went out from Pharaoh.
Okay, what verse you at?
Verse 6.
Okay, jump down to verse... No, keep reading.
And Pharaoh's servant said unto him...
No, jump down to verse 12 now. Verse 12, yeah, that's what I want. Read verse 12.
The book of Exodus, chapter 10, verse 12.
Because when you look at the locusts that you see on the screen right now, you don't think nothing of it. You know, you're thinking of, oh, that's dinner. Okay, but the type of locust that the Lord sent during the time of Egypt, when you saw it, you didn't think dinner. Because locusts are lawful to eat. But on this day, you never thought of diet on that day. You never thought of protein on that day. Oh no, keep reading.
The book of Exodus, chapter 10, verse 12.
Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thy hand over the land of Egypt for the locust.
He says, stretch forth thy hand over Egypt for the locust. Go ahead.
That they may come up upon the land of Egypt, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail hath left.
Read.
And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind upon the land of all that day, and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locust.
The east wind brought the locust. Watch this. Go ahead.
And the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested in all the coast of Egypt. Very grievous were they.
Very what?
Very grievous were they.
What type of locusts are these that are grievous to look upon? What type of locusts are these? Go ahead.
Before them there was no such locust as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened, and they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hay had left, and there remained not any green thing in the tree, or in the herbs of the field, throughout all the land of Egypt.
You see that? So the locusts came and destroyed all the crops. Because why? They looked to the sky. You understand? They looked to the sky. They worship the sun. You understand? They worship, they say, the God that makes rain. Now the Lord said, okay, let's see. Pray to that God that is supposed to be the one to bring rain. Let's see if he's going to stop this one. Let's see if he's going to stop this type of rain I'm going to bring down onto you. Let's see if you're going to stop these locusts that the God that you worship that protects the vegetation. Let's see if you're going to stop these locusts that are coming. You understand? Watch this. Give me that to Wisdom of Solomon. Okay. Chapter 16, verse 8 and 9. The type of locust that the Lord sent. Watch this.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16, verse 8.
Read.
And in this thou madest thine enemies confess
Uh-huh.
that it is thou who delivers from all evil.
The Lord is the one that delivers from all evil. Go ahead, watch this.
For them, the bitings of grasshoppers.
The what?
The bitings of grasshoppers.
The bitings of grasshoppers. Those locusts, right? Go ahead.
And flies kill.
So the locusts, when it bit you, you drop dead. What type of locusts were these? The Most High made them special for this occasion. You understand? Likewise, the Most High is putting spirits upon the nations on earth to make the type of weaponry that no man has seen. And they think it's them that did it. No, it's not them. It's the Lord. Okay? Now watch this. Is that it on there?
No, sir.
Read on.
Neither was they found any remedy for their life.
Mm-hmm.
For they were worthy to be punished by such.
For they were worthy to be punished by such. Okay. Now, let's go to the next plague. The 9th plague. Okay. Exodus 10. Let's start with verse 20.
The book of Exodus, chapter 10, verse 20.
Show the people. Okay. I want the people to see the 9th plague. Okay. Because they worship the sun. The sun god Ra. You understand? The sun god Ra. That's who they worship. You understand? Meaning the God that brings sunlight. Ra. So that's what they believe. They believe that thing. But guess what? Watch this. Read it.
The book of Exodus, chapter 10, verse 20.
Go ahead.
But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go. And the Lord said unto Moses, stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt.
Indeed, darkness which may be felt. Meaning you are going to, it's not something that you can easily forget. It's going to be the type of darkness that is going to be talked about even unto this day. Keep reading.
And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. 3 days.
3 days of darkness. Some heavy stuff. You understand? If you have an ear, if he that has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit is saying unto the churches. Read the verse again, verse 22.
The book of Exodus, chapter 10, verse 22.
Read.
And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days.
Go ahead.
They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days.
You see that? He said they didn't see each other. You think they didn't try to switch on the light, a candle, a match, or any type, a lantern? You think they didn't try to do all that? Of course they tried. But it says, even darkness that may be felt. Meaning you felt it in your bones, in your spirit. You felt it. Meaning it was terrifying. It was pitch black. Go ahead.
But all the children of Israel had light in their dwelling. And Pharaoh called unto Moses and said,
what verse you was?
Verse 24.
Okay, go ahead.
And Pharaoh called unto Moses and said, go ye, serve the Lord. Only let your flocks and your herds be stayed.
You can't make this up. Go ahead.
Let your little ones also go with you.
Now stop right there. Hold this. Give me Wisdom of Solomon 17 verse 2. Okay. Wisdom of Solomon. Because what we just read, that's where the genre of movies called horror movies come from. When you see horror movie is thriller. Thrillers, horror movies, they get it from here. The 3 days of darkness. The white man didn't come up with this. Watch this. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, start with 2.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verse 2.
Watch this.
For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation.
The unrighteous men that thought to oppress the holy nation was the Egyptians. The Egyptians is the unrighteous men here. Read.
They being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness.
The what?
The prisoners of darkness.
He says they were prisoners of darkness. Go ahead.
And fettered with the bonds of a long night. Lay there, exiled from the external providence.
You see that thing? Watch this. What is the external providence? When I tell you what it is, keep reading.
For while they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness.
They were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness. Okay? On that day, you forget everything. You forget that you are the ruling nations on earth. You will forget on this day.
For neither might the corner that held them keep them from fear.
You see that? Meaning everybody find a corner to say, okay, this is a wall, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to look for a corner. It's okay. This is the door of my house. This is the window. That's the table. That's my bed right there. Okay, I've got my GPS on lock. Watch this. Go ahead.
But noises, as of water.
But they had noises. Now you find a corner, right? Now you think, okay, I'm relaxed now.
As of water.
Down you hear the noise of water. You sitting in a corner, you hear a multitude of waters. Loud. You sitting in a corner in your house. It's like you are deep in the ocean. Raging sea. You wouldn't be scared? Now, because remember, the dark veil is dark, it's pitch black. 1, 2, you see ghosts. 3, you are hearing the sound of waters, the sound of mighty waters. Read.
Falling down, sounded about them.
You see that? Meaning next to you is like you are, listen, you have to imagine the sight, the Lord torturing them. Read.
And sad visions appeared unto them.
It says sad visions. It says appeared unto them. Meaning they saw like something coming out of a horror. You ever seen these movies? The movie is taking place in one house. There's a basement. That's it. But the movie is scary as hell. That's what they're seeing. As you are sitting, you see a shadow, somebody passing. You're hearing a noise. You go down there, you don't see nobody. 2 minutes, they're passing behind you. That's where they get it from. Okay, go ahead.
No power of the fire might give them light.
You see, meaning they tried to look for light, to switch it on, but the fire was on. The fire was on, but you just read. It's as if the stars could not light up that horrible night. You understand? Read.
Only there appeared unto them a fire kindled of itself.
Now all of a sudden you see just fire coming out of nowhere, of itself. Read.
Very dreadful. For being much terrified, they thought the things which they saw to be worse than the sight they saw not.
You see that thing? Listen, it was horrible. The most that listen, the king of terrors. Understand? Now watch this. Now this is the 9th plague. Okay, let's go to the final plague. Exodus 11, verse 1.
The book of Exodus, chapter 11, verse 1.
Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards, he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether.
Now read verse 1 again. I want you to pay attention to this verse.
The book of Exodus, chapter 11, verse 1.
Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh.
He says, I have one more plague. Okay, I'm not satisfied, Moses. I'm going to bring one more plague. Okay, go ahead.
And upon Egypt.
And upon Egypt, read.
Afterwards, he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether.
He says, once I do this final plague, Moses, he will be kicking you out of Egypt with a quickness. He'll be rushing you out. Read.
Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor.
Okay, jump down to verse 4.
The book of Exodus, chapter 11, verse 4. And Moses said, Thus saith the Lord, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt.
He says, at midnight, I'm going into the midst of Egypt. At midnight. Watch this. Read.
And all the firstborn in the land of Egypt.
And all, remember, he says, and all the firstborn. All the firstborn. Read.
And all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die. From the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne.
Read.
Even unto the firstborn of the maid servant that is behind the mill. And all the firstborn of people.
So every creature that was born first, guess what? When midnight came, everybody was put to death, including the cattle, the goats, the sheep. If it was the firstborn, died. You really have to imagine this. Imagine a granny. She's the firstborn in her family. Guess what? She died also. the grandfather, who's the firstborn in his family, he died also. You understand? Read.
And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it anymore. But against any of the children of Israel.
You see, it says, but against any of the children of Israel. Now you see what that verse actually means in context. Read.
Shall not a dog move its tongue.
You see that thing? It says, there's no dog that's going to move their tongue once I do this process. Once I bring this final plague, because the Most High is twisting the knife. He destroyed the empire. You understand? He's destroying the empire, stabbing it and collapsing it within itself. He says, no, I'm not done. After that, I'm going to twist the knife. I'm going to kill their firstborn. That is a heavy thing. Read.
Against man or beast, that ye may know how that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel.
He says, you want to know the difference between you and the Egyptians. Because remember, we had mingled ourselves with them. It's like there was no difference. You couldn't tell where Israel began, where Egypt began, where Israel ended. We looked the same, we acted the same way, we ate the same thing that they ate. But on this day, the Lord says, you're going to know the difference. You're going to see the difference between an Egyptian and an Israelite. You understand? The same way you are seeing today, you're beginning to see it. Because guess what? We're getting ready to get up out of here. Understand that thing. You're going to know the differences. How do you tell the difference? Fringes, beard, also observing the Sabbath. That's how you're going to tell. These are Israelites, these are Egyptians, these are Hamites, these are Edomites, these are Moabites. You're going to tell the difference. That's what the Lord is doing. Because what? The differences, you're going to see them on the final play, isn't it? Yeah, you're going to start to see the differences with the final play. So where we at now? The final play. That's why you're starting to see the differences between Israel and non-Israel. I need you to understand what's going on. I'm showing you something spiritual here. You understand? Read again verse 7.
The book of Exodus, chapter 11, verse 7.
Read.
But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue.
Read.
Against men of peace.
Come on.
That he may know how that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel.
You see that thing? The Lord is beginning to do that thing. Okay, that's letting you know the plagues we are on. The final plague. Okay? Because what happened lately? Where the whole earth was just being put to death. Don't be sleepy up in here. Now watch this. Now, let me see. Yeah, give me Exodus 12 now. Give me Exodus 12, start at verse 1.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 1.
No. Let me see. Yes, read it. 12 and 1.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 1.
Watch this.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying.
Remember, we are still in the land of Egypt when this is taking place. When the plagues were taking place, we were in the land of Goshen. Read.
This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you.
It shall be the first month of the year to you. So the Lord is teaching Moses how to count the months of the year. How to tell the beginning of the month. Okay? Read verse 2 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 2.
Read.
This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you.
Stop. Now, give me the book of Deuteronomy 16, verse 1. Okay? Let's see what the name of this month. That is the beginning of the year to us. Read it.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 16, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Observe the month of Abib.
Observe the month of Abib. Go ahead.
And keep the Passover.
And do what?
And keep the Passover.
And keep the Passover. Come on.
Unto the Lord thy God. For in the month of Abib.
For in the month of what?
For in the month of Abib.
In the month of Abib. Come on.
The Lord thy God brought thee forth out of Egypt by night.
At midnight. Remember at midnight the Lord brought the plagues. He said, he told Moses what time he's going to do this. He says at midnight, I'm bringing destruction upon this place. At midnight. You understand? That's some heavy stuff, isn't it? The doomsday clock. Think about that. The doomsday clock, they say, 60 seconds before midnight. Such and such before midnight. Where does it come from? They get it from the scriptures. They didn't come up with it. You understand? They did not come up with this stuff. Now, read what you got.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 16, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Observe the month of Abib.
Observe the month of Abib. Go ahead.
And keep the Passover unto the Lord thy God.
And keep the Passover unto the Lord thy God.
For in the month of Abib, the Lord thy God brought thee forth out of Egypt by night.
Out of Egypt by night. Okay. Okay. Now get the Zondervan. Show the people the Zondervan. Okay. I want the people to see the definition of the month Abib in the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. Okay. Okay, we have it. Read it.
Reading from the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary.
Read.
Page 18. Abib, an ear of corn.
An ear of corn. Come on.
The pre-exilic name for the first month of the year.
You see that? The pre-exilic name for the first month of the year. So the first month of the year is called Abib. You understand? That's what the nations call it. But the Most High God did not give the months of the year names. The nations did that. The Most High God did not give the days of the week names. The nations did that. Monday, Moon's Day, you understand? So on and so forth. Friday, Freya's Day, and so forth. Okay? August, Augustus, Caesar, and so forth. Like that, like that. Okay? But we just say the first month, the second month, the third month, so on and so forth. The first day, the second day. Okay? Okay. Read that again, the definition.
Definition of Abib.
Read.
An ear of corn. The pre-exilic name for the first month of the year.
The first month of the year. Okay. Keep reading.
After the exile, the name was changed to Nisan.
The name was changed to Nisan. Come on.
It fell about the time of our March and early April.
You see that? March, the beginning of the year. Okay? Not January. Okay, go back to Exodus now. Exodus 12. Exodus 12, verse 1.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 1.
And 2. Come on.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying,
Read.
This month shall be unto you the beginning of months.
This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. Read.
It shall be the first month of the year to you.
That's the month Abib. That's where we are now. We are in the month Abib, the first month of the year. Okay, go ahead.
Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, say, in the 10th day of this month, they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, and lamb for an house.
So on the 10th day, you must get a lamb. That's what we did on the 10th day. On the 10th day, we got a lamb. We put it in our houses. Okay, that's what we did in this congregation, according to what we read. Read.
And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto him take it according to the number of souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your account for the lamb.
Read.
Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goat.
So the Passover meal is sheep or goat, not chicken. Okay, go ahead.
And ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening.
In the what?
In the evening.
In the evening. On the 14th day at sundown, which was Thursday. The Thursday that we just coming from? Yes. Go ahead.
And they shall take of the blood and strike it upon the two side posts and on the upper door post of the house, wherein they shall eat.
Read.
And they shall eat of the flesh in that night, roast with fire.
He's even telling you how to cook the meat. He says roast with fire. You must fry it. Read.
And unleavened bread.
And unleavened bread, bread without yeast. That's what we've been eating, that's what we're still eating. Go ahead.
And with bitter herbs.
And with bitter herbs, that's what we ate. Go ahead.
They shall eat it. Eat it not of it raw.
Don't eat of it raw. Go ahead. Don't say medium rare. Go ahead.
Eat not of it raw, nor sodden at all with water.
Don't cook it with water. Come on.
But roast with fire his head with his legs, and with the bitterness thereof.
The bitterness thereof, that's the insides. Come on.
And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning.
You see that thing? That lamb must not be remaining in the morning when the sun goes up. Go ahead.
And that which remaineth of it until the morning, ye shall burn with fire.
You shall what?
Ye shall burn with fire.
Go ahead.
And thus shall ye eat of it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover.
It is the what?
It is the Lord's Passover.
And we did eat it in haste. We did eat it in haste. Don't praise to the Lord. Go ahead.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt.
I will what?
For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night.
So now remember, this night, what time of the night? Go back to Exodus 11. Exodus chapter 11. Okay. Read verse 1.
The book of Exodus, chapter 11, verse 1.
Read.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards, he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether.
Hey, what verse is that what I want? Hold on a second. There's somewhere says midnight. What verse was that? Oh, verse 4. Read verse 4.
The book of Exodus, chapter 11, verse 4.
Go ahead.
And Moses said, Thus saith the Lord, about midnight.
About what time?
About midnight.
About midnight. Go ahead.
Will I go out in the midst of Egypt.
He says, I'm going to go out into the midst of Egypt. He says, at midnight, I'm coming down there. You understand? So go back to Exodus 12 now. Okay, Exodus 12. Read verse 12 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 12.
Read.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night.
This night, okay? He says, I'm going to pass through the land of Egypt this night. What time? Midnight. Read.
And will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt.
I'm going to kill. The word smite means kill. Is I'm going to kill all the firstborns of the land of Egypt. Read.
Both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt will I execute judgment. I am the Lord.
You see that? What? Against what?
And against all the gods of Egypt.
You see that? And against all the gods of Egypt. We just read about them. All the gods of that verse says, Thou shalt have no other gods before me. What gods was he making reference to? All the gods of Egypt. Hence the plagues. You understand? Read.
And against all the gods of Egypt, I will execute judgment.
I will what?
I will execute judgment.
I will execute judgment, the Lord is saying. Come on.
I am the Lord. And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you.
I will what?
I will pass over you.
He says, I will pass over you. Now jump up to verse 12. Notice the word that is being used there in verse 12.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 12.
Read.
For I will pass through the
I will
land.
what?
For I will pass through.
I will pass through the land. I will pass through the land. What does it mean to pass through the land? Verse 13 is going to tell you what that means.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 18.
Read.
And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the house.
The blood of the Passover that you killed the 14th day and evening. Read.
Where ye are.
And where were we? In Goshen. Today we are scattered in the lands of our captivity. So that's quote unquote Goshen for us. Read.
And when I see the blood, I will pass over you.
I will pass over you, meaning I will pass through the land. I'm going to pass through the land of Egypt, and when I see the blood, I'm going to pass over. Not through you, but I'll pass over you because of the blood. You understand? Read.
And the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you.
You see that? And the plague, this final plague will not be upon you to destroy you. Go ahead.
When I smite the
Because remember, the plague was upon us, there's 2 years of plague. You understand? But it did not destroy us. We're still here. Okay? Pay attention. Read.
And the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Egypt.
Because that's how we started. When the news broke out, they were the ones that were dropping dead. When I smite the land of Egypt. You understand? Watch this. Jump down to, keep reading.
And this day shall be unto you for a memorial.
Hold on. Jump down to verse 29.
The book of Exodus.
Actually, keep reading. Keep reading.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 14.
Read.
And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to the Lord throughout your generation.
Right.
Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread.
7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. So it's telling you how long we must eat the bread. 7 days. Go ahead.
Even the first day.
The first day we eat unleavened bread, which was Thursday at even. Go ahead.
You shall put away leaven out of your house.
Meaning what? Leaven must not be in your house. You understand? You must not have any biscuits, none of those things in your house. Read.
For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel.
You see that? You know what it means to be cut off? Put to death. That's what the Lord is saying. When it says cut off, means put to death. Read.
And in the first day, there shall be an holy convocation.
In the first day, we must gather together, which is what we did. Come on.
And in the 7th day,
the last day of the Passover, come on,
shall be an holy convocation.
Shall be a gathering again together. Read.
No manner of work shall be done in them.
Read.
Save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you.
Go ahead.
And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. For in the selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt.
What verse you in?
Verse 17.
Read again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 17. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread.
The feast of unleavened bread is the Passover. The feast of unleavened bread is the Passover. Give me Luke 22, verse 1. The feast of unleavened bread is the Passover. It's all the same thing. Okay? Read it.
The book of Luke, chapter 22, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Now the feast of unleavened bread drew nigh, which is called the Passover.
You see that? Which is called the Passover. Okay? Go back now.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 17.
Read.
And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. For in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall you observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever.
You see that? So wherever we are scattered, we are commanded to observe the feast of the unleavened bread. Not Easter. No. The feast of unleavened bread. The Passover. Go ahead.
In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at eve.
You see that in the first month. What's the first month again? The month of Abib. And the 14th day at even. Go ahead.
Ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at eve.
You see that thing? Go ahead.
7 days shall be no leaven found in your house.
He says what?
7 days shall there be no leaven found in your house.
Read.
For whosoever eateth that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land.
That's some heavy stuff. The Lord is not playing. Okay. That's verse 19, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jump down to verse 23 now.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 23. For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians.
The Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians. Go ahead.
And when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 side posts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you.
Okay, that's verse 23, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, read verse 23 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 23.
Read.
For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he seeth the blood,
the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians, to kill them. Okay? The Lord will pass through to kill the Egyptians. Let's put it plain. Read.
And when he seeth the blood upon the lintel.
When you see the blood upon the lintel, go ahead.
And on the two side posts, the Lord will pass over the door.
The Lord will do what?
The Lord will pass over the door.
The Lord will pass over that door. Come on.
And will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you.
Read.
And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever.
And to thy what?
And to thy sons forever.
Because our sons must learn this. Our daughters must learn this thing. That's what he's saying. You understand? Okay. Jump down to verse 29.
Verse 29.
Read.
And it shall come to pass that at midnight the Lord...
Stop right there. It shall come to pass that at what?
That at midnight.
That at midnight, come on.
The Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt.
Read.
From the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne.
At midnight. You see when the Lord brought judgment? At midnight. So by the way, they are counting the midnight now is the time when judgment will happen upon this earth. Meaning the big boom. The big nuclear boom. When that big boom happens, you must know that's midnight. You understand? It's not at midnight, it's metaphoric. When it's at midnight, meaning time for vengeance. Okay? Read.
From the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne.
Read.
Unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon. And all the firstborn of captives.
Read.
And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians. And there was a great cry.
There was a what?
And there was a great cry.
There was a great cry in Egypt. So imagine this. Imagine the whole of Pretoria, Gauteng. Just think of Gauteng just by itself. And when we say Gauteng, I mean it's a small scale comparison. We're talking about the whole of Egypt. The whole of Egypt is the whole of what? The continent there. The whole of Egypt is the whole continent of Ham. You understand that, right? The whole of Egypt is the whole continent of Ham. It's not Joven, it's not, it's the whole continent. You understand? It says there was a great cry on the entire continent. Why? Read the verse again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 8.
Read.
And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians. And there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one day.
You see that? There was not a house where there was not one day. The Most High God made sure of it. He's up killing everybody. So you can imagine the people who were weeping, they said they shall be weeping and what? And gnashing of teeth. How about that? Easy, listen. Double meanings, okay, understand that thing. They shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth on that day. That's what we read. You understand? Now, jump down to verse 42 now. Watch this.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 42.
Go ahead.
It is a night to be much observed unto the Lord.
You see that? It says, it is a night to be much observed unto the Lord. Come on.
For bringing them out from the land of Egypt.
For the Lord delivering us out of the land of Egypt. Read.
This is that night.
This is that what?
This is that night.
Is that night, come on.
Of the Lord. To be observed of all the children of Israel in their generations.
In their generations, wherever we scatter, we must observe the feast of the Passover. You understand? Even during the time of the New Testament, during the time of the Acts of the Apostles, they were observing the Passover. Give me that to 1 Corinthians 5, verse 7. 1 Corinthians 5, verse 7. Okay.
First book of Corinthians, chapter 5, verse 7.
Go ahead.
Purge out therefore the old leaven.
It says, purge out therefore the old leaven. Go ahead.
That ye may be a new lump.
That we may be a new lump. Meaning what? A new creature in the Lord. Go ahead.
As ye are unleavened.
As we are unleavened, that's why we don't have leaven in our houses. Those houses goes into the physical houses, but it's actually making reference to the spiritual house. The spiritual house must be without leaven. Read.
For even Christ, our Passover.
Even what?
For even Christ, our Passover.
Even what?
For even Christ, our Passover.
The Apostle Paul is saying something there. Go ahead.
is sacrificed for us.
Is sacrificed for us. Go ahead.
Therefore, let us keep the feast.
Let us what?
Let us keep the feast.
Let us keep the feast. Go ahead.
Not with old leaven.
Not with old leaven. Come on.
Neither with the leaven of malice.
Neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness. So what is he saying? With the feast of the Passover, we must examine ourselves. We must sit down and examine and understand what it is that you're dealing with, so you can purge it out. That's why it says, purge out therefore the old leaven. To purge out means to do what? To mortify. Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth. That's what he's saying. Go ahead.
But with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth.
You see that thing? The Lord is giving us another chance to get it together. You see, the Most High is merciful, man. He's giving us another chance to prove ourselves worthy unto Him. Because the question is, why should He keep us alive on this earth? That's the question we must ask ourselves. Why should He keep you alive? Why should He keep us alive when we destroy His earth and bring all manner of evil upon it? You understand? Okay. So, now, go back to Exodus now. Exodus 12. I know I was rushing through it. I'm going to slow down. Okay. I'm going to slow down. I just wanted to go over the plagues and all that. Okay. I'm going to get into the other stuff now. Okay. Go back. Give me Job 11:6.
The book of Job, chapter 11, verse 6.
Watch this.
And that He would show thee the secrets of wisdom.
That He would what?
And
you know what? You know what? Before we get there, go back to Exodus 12. Exodus chapter 12. Read Exodus 12 and verse 11.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 11.
Come on.
And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand, that ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover.
It is the what?
It is the Lord's Passover.
This is the Lord's Passover, brothers and sisters. We must understand it. It is the Lord's Passover. You understand? Even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us. We must remember what the Lord did on this day. We must understand why we celebrate this high holiday. It's not just, yes, it's come with feasting and celebrating and all that, but we must remember that it was the celebration of the destruction of our enemies. You understand? We must also remember is the feast where our Lord and Savior was murdered. Understand it. We must remember that. Don't forget that. Don't forget the point of this feast. Verse 11, one more again. Okay, come on.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 11.
Read.
And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover.
It is the Lord's Passover. It's the Lord's Passover. Because our sons and our daughters must know this thing. Read verse 24 now.
Verse 24.
Read.
And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee, and to thy sons forever.
And to thy what?
And to thy sons forever.
And to thy sons forever. Come on.
And it shall come to pass, when ye be come to the land which the Lord will give you.
When we come to the land which the Lord shall give us, the land is the land of Israel. Read.
According as He hath promised, that ye shall keep the Sabbath.
Read.
And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you.
When our children will ask us about this feast day, what must we say unto them? Go ahead.
What mean ye by this service?
What mean ye by this service? Why are you observing the feast? Go ahead.
That ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover.
You see that? It is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover. Moses is prophesying who's going to be the Passover? Christ. Read.
Who passed over the houses of the children of Israel.
Who did what?
Who passed over the houses of the children of Israel.
You see, we say that's what you see what Moses said, because that's a heavy verse. Read it again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 27.
Read.
And ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover.
It is the what?
It is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover.
It is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover. The Lord's Passover. Read.
who passed over their houses.
You say, so who passed over the houses? The Lord. He's telling you who passed over the houses of who passed over our houses, and he passed through the houses of the Egyptians and was killing the firstborn. He's telling you who was the one that did it. Read.
Who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt. When he smote the Egyptians.
You see that? When he smote the Egyptians, come on.
And delivered our houses.
And delivered our houses. Come on.
And the people bowed their heads and worshiped.
You see that thing? This right here, that's a heavy verse right here, what you just read. Understand that thing. You understand? This is a heavy, heavy verse. Okay? Exodus 12 verse 27. Put a star on that thing. Now, give me the book of Job chapter 11 verse 6. We need to understand, you understand, the Passover even more. Okay? Read it.
The book of Job chapter 11 verse 6.
Read.
And that he would show thee the secrets of wisdom.
That he would show thee the secrets of wisdom. Come on.
That they are double.
That they are what?
That they are double.
The secrets of wisdom that are written in this book, they have double meanings. They have more than one meaning. Read.
To that which is.
To that which is written. So the scriptures have double meanings. They've got more than one meaning the same. Okay? Give me that in Hosea 12 verse 10. You know what? Give me John 16 verse 25.
The book of Job.
John. Read it.
The book of John, chapter 16, verse 25.
Go ahead.
These things have I spoken unto you in Proverbs.
In Proverbs, meaning in parables. Come on.
By the time cometh.
By the time cometh, read.
When I shall no more speak unto you in Proverbs.
When I, this is Christ speaking. When he, read.
But I shall show you plainly of the Father.
What is he talking about? When he returns. Read the verse again, verse 25.
The book of John, chapter 16, verse 25. These things have I spoken unto you in Proverbs.
Because when we read the Gospels, he was speaking in parables the whole time. Keep reading.
But the time cometh.
But the time cometh, he's prophesying when he's going to return. Read.
When I shall no more speak unto you in Proverbs.
When I shall no more speak unto you in parables. You understand? Read.
But I shall
But I, Christ is saying,
but I shall show you plainly of the Father.
He says something heavy right there. Now, go back now. Now give me the book of Exodus. Go back to Exodus. Exodus chapter 12. Okay? Exodus 12. Exodus chapter 12. Read verse 12.
The book of Exodus chapter 12 verse 12.
Read.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt.
He says, because I'm going to pass through the land of Egypt. He says, because the Passover is when I'm going to pass through the land of Egypt. Okay, read. He says, the word for means because. Read verse 11 so we understand.
The book of Exodus chapter 12 verse 11.
Read.
And thus shall you eat it with your loins gathered.
With your what?
With your loins gathered.
So, because remember now, we are in the lands of our captivity. We are not in Egypt. We are not under the ancient Egyptians. We are in spiritual Egypt now. So what is he saying? Read verse 11 again.
The book of Exodus chapter 12 verse 11.
Read.
And thus shall you eat it with your loins gathered.
With your loins girded, come on.
Your shoes on your feet.
He says, with your loins girded. Your loins girded. Hold that. Give me the book of Ephesians, okay? Ephesians 6. Ephesians chapter 6. Read verse. Yeah, Ephesians 6 verse 13. Watch this.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 6 verse 18.
Come on.
Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God.
It says, take unto you the whole armor of God. And armor is a weapon of war. The Bible is that armor. The Bible is the weapon we use to war in the spiritual realm. Read.
That ye may be able to withstand in the evil day.
The evil day is the day of your trial and is the day when the Lord returns. That's the evil day. Read.
And having done all to stand.
And having done all to stand against that evil day. Come on.
Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth.
You see that? It says, get up your loins. Having your loins girt about the truth. Give me that in 1 Peter 1:13. Having your loins girt about the truth. It says, thus shall ye eat it with your loins girded. The Passover. Read.
First book of Peter, chapter 1, verse 18.
Go ahead.
Wherefore, get up the loins of your mind.
You see that? Get up the loins of your mind. That's what it says. Get up what? It says what? It says, having your loins get about with truth. Get up the loins of your mind. Go ahead.
Be sober.
Be sober-minded. Come on.
And hope to the end for the grace that is to be brought unto you at the revelation of Jesus Christ.
When the Lord returns. So go back. Ephesians 6. Verse 14 again.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 14.
Read.
Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth.
The truth is the laws of God. Come on.
And having on the breastplate of righteousness.
The breastplate of righteousness is God's commandments. So the Apostle Paul is putting us in the mindset of a warrior. Read.
And your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace.
The gospel of peace is the gospel of our deliverance. That's what we're reading about here. Go ahead.
Above
all of this, what must we do?
Taking the shield of faith.
Take the shield of faith, come on.
Wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked.
Because the wicked is always firing at us, to destroy us, to discomfort us. That's what we're reading here. Go ahead.
And take the helmet of salvation.
The helmet of salvation, read.
And the sword of the Spirit.
The sword of the Spirit, come on.
Which is the word of God.
Which is the word of God. God's laws. This is the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Understand it? Which the Lord uses the prophets to minister unto us. To give us the golden sword that Jeremiah gave to Judah Maccabee when they went to war. Likewise on this day. The same thing. Understand that? Okay, go back. Exodus chapter 12, verse 11 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 11.
Read.
And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet.
Your shoes on your feet. Go ahead.
And your staff in your hand.
Your staff in your hand. That's the Bible. Read.
And ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover.
It is the Lord's Passover. Read on.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both men and beasts, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment.
I will what?
I will execute judgment.
So what is Moses prophesying about here? Because Moses is prophesying. Moses is prophesying. Give me Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. Moses is prophesying what the Lord is going to do. You understand?
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 68.
Watch this.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again.
The Lord will bring us into Egypt again. We're going over there, remember. This is Exodus. We read in Deuteronomy. Moses is telling us the Lord will bring you into Egypt again. He's prophesying. Read.
With ships.
With what?
With ships.
With ships. We read earlier on. I know some of you forgot. We read earlier on or how we came into Egypt. With our forefather Jacob. We walked. Let's get that in Isaiah. Okay. Give me Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 30, I believe. Yeah. Isaiah chapter 30, verse 1. Read it.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 1.
Watch this.
Woe to the rebellious children.
He's talking about us now. Go ahead.
Saith the Lord.
Read.
That take counsel, but not of me. And that cover with the covering, but not of my spirit. That they may add sin to sin.
Read.
That walk to go down
That
into
what?
That walk to go down into Egypt.
That walk to go down into Egypt. So how did we go into Egypt? We walked. That walk to go down into Egypt. So go back to where was that now? Deuteronomy 28, verse 68.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 68.
Read.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again.
The Lord will bring you into Egypt the second time. But this time, how are we going to go into Egypt?
With ships.
No, we won't.
With ships.
With ships. Cargo slave ships. That's how now in these last days, we entered into spiritual Egypt. So it's letting you know, he's not talking about the Egypt of Pharaoh now, of ancient Egypt. This is spiritual Egypt here. Okay? Read.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
Read.
And then,
once you get off the slave ships, what's going to happen?
Ye shall be sold.
You are going to be sold. Read.
Unto your enemies.
Read.
For bondmen.
Slave men.
And bondwomen.
And slave women.
And no man shall buy you.
No one is going to deliver us out of this mess except for the Most High God. You understand? Sending his son to deliver us. So give me Revelation now, chapter 11, verse 8. So Moses is prophesying about spiritual Egypt, not physical Egypt, but spiritual Egypt. Okay? Revelation 11, verse 8.
The book of Revelation, chapter 11, verse 8.
Go ahead.
And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city.
It says their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city. Why is our bodies dead? Give that to Proverbs 21:16. It says their dead bodies shall lie in the streets of the great city. Okay? Whose dead bodies? The Israelites' dead bodies. But are we physically dead? No. We're spiritually dead. Now read them. Exodus. Proverbs 21:16.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 21, verse 16.
Read.
The man that wandered out of the way of understanding.
Because which man wandered out of the way of understanding? All Israel. We have wandered out of the way of understanding this Bible. That's why people are so lost in the Christian church today, because they have wandered out of the way of how to understand this book. Read.
Shall remain in the congregation of the day.
Now our people are spiritually dead in the Christian church, in politics, because they don't know who they are. They are dead to who they are. They are sleeping to who they are. So they are spiritually dead. They are in the congregation of the dead. Spiritually dead. You understand? Because they don't remember who they are. Okay, so go back. Revelation chapter 11, verse 8.
The book of Revelation, chapter 11, verse 8.
Go ahead.
And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city.
You see that their dead bodies shall lie in the streets of the great city. Okay? Read.
Which spiritually.
Which what?
Which spiritually.
No, physically.
Which spiritually.
So this is spiritual. With spiritually, come on.
It's called Sodom.
It's called what?
It's called Sodom. And
It's called Sodom and what?
And Egypt.
Spiritual Sodom and spiritual Egypt. Go ahead.
Where also our Lord was crucified.
Where also our Lord was crucified. So give me Revelation 14 now, verse 8. So we know the name of this great city. We went over this a couple of Sabbaths back. I'm touching on it again.
The book of Revelation, chapter 14, verse 8.
Read.
And there followed another angel, saying, Babylon is fallen.
Babylon is falling. Come on.
Is fallen. That great city.
That what?
That great city.
That great city. Come on.
Because she made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication.
So you see, Egypt is Babylon the Great. So what Moses, go back to Exodus 12 now, so we know who Moses was talking about. Exodus 12, verse 12. Come on.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 12.
Read.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt.
He says, because I will pass through the land of Egypt. This land of Egypt is talking about, is this ancient Egypt? No. This is Babylon the Great is prophesying about. Read.
And will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both men and beasts, and against all the gods of Egypt.
And against all the gods of Egypt. Come on.
I will execute judgment.
I will execute judgment. Come on.
I am the Lord.
Next verse. Read.
And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are.
Stop. And the blood shall be what?
And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are.
Stop. This is some heavy stuff that's coming out here. Read it again. I know you missed it. Read it again. Come on.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 18.
Read.
And the blood.
And the blood, come on, the blood of the Passover that was killed the 14th day and even. Read.
Shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are.
So, he says, the blood upon the doorpost shall be a token upon the houses where ye are. Where are we? In captivity. So he's letting you know that we will not be in the land. We are going to be in slavery. You understand? That's what he's saying in Babylon the Great. Spiritual Egypt. That's what he's telling us. Read.
And when I see the blood, I will pass over.
Stop there. Give me Deuteronomy 28 verse 64 so we understand this. What Moses is saying.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people.
You see that the Lord will scatter us among all people upon the houses where ye are. Read. Come on.
From the one end of the earth.
From one end of the earth.
Even unto the other.
Even unto the other. Come on.
And
then upon the houses where ye are, what's going to happen?
Thou shalt serve other gods.
You're going to serve other gods. Come on.
Which neither thou nor thy fathers know.
Read.
Even wood and stone.
Even wood and stone. You see that? Even wood is telling us we are going to be in captivity. That's what he said right there. So he's not talking about actual Egypt yet. So it's twofold. So go back to Exodus 12. Verse 13. One more again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 18. And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where you are.
In captivity. Read.
And when I see the blood.
When I see the blood, read.
I will pass over you.
It says, when I see the blood, I'm going to pass over you. You who? Our spiritual houses. In the lands of our captivity. Read.
And the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you.
Mm-hmm.
When I smite the land of Egypt.
When I smite Babylon the Great. When I smite the land of Egypt, it says, guess what? Give me that in Revelation 12, real quick. Okay, so I can explain this part right here. Revelation chapter 12. Okay. Moses is prophesying about the last days. Understand that? Okay. Revelation 12, read verse 9.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 9.
No. Verse 10.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 10. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, Now is come salvation.
Now is come what?
Now is come salvation.
What is salvation? Deliverance. Now is come deliverance. Read.
And strength.
And strength.
And the kingdom of our God.
And the what?
And the kingdom of our God.
And the kingdom of our God. Come on.
And the power of his Christ.
And the power of his what?
And the power of his Christ.
Because Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us. Read.
For the accuser of our brethren is cast down.
The accuser of our brethren is what?
For the accuser of our brethren is cast down.
Babylon the Great is fallen. Read.
Which accused them before our God day and night.
Because they accuse us before the Most High God day and night. Through the media and so on and so forth. Read. Watch the next verse.
And they overcame.
And they did what?
And they overcame.
And they overcame him. Come on.
By the blood of the Lamb.
By the what?
By the blood of the Lamb.
By the blood of the Lamb. Read.
And by the word of their testimony.
The prophecy, come on, the law and the testimony. Read.
And they loved not their lives unto the death.
You see that thing? They love not their lives unto the death. That's what John the Revelator says. That's the same thing we read that Moses is saying. But Moses is not being obvious like that. Go back. Exodus 12, verse 13 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 13.
Watch this.
And the blood shall be to you for a token.
The blood. Whose blood? 1 Corinthians 5, verse 7. We're coming back. I need you to pay close attention. Okay? Read. In 2 minutes, pay attention and make note. What are you doing? Come on.
First book of Corinthians, chapter 5, verse 7.
Read.
Patch out therefore the old leaven, that he may be in your love.
He says we must, when he says patch out there for the old leaven, what is he saying? Hold there. Colossians 3 verse 5, so we understand what he's saying. Okay. In simple terms, what did he say? Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. That's what he's saying. Okay. Read it.
The book of Colossians, chapter 3, verse 5.
Go ahead.
Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth.
Read.
Fornication.
When it says mortify therefore, it says purge out therefore the old leaven, that you may be a new lump. Read.
Fornication.
Fornication.
Uncleanness.
Uncleanness.
Inordinate affection.
Inordinate affection. Come on.
Evil concupiscence.
Evil concupiscence.
And covetousness.
And what?
And covetousness.
Read.
Which is idolatry.
Which is what?
Which is idolatry.
So guess what? Exodus 20 verse 3 says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. So now in ancient Egypt, we had gods we worship. In New Egypt, spiritual Egypt, we still having gods that we worship. You understand? That's what we're reading. Okay, now go back. 1 Corinthians 5 and 7 now.
First book of Corinthians, chapter 5 and 7.
Read.
Purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump.
That ye may be a new lump. Read.
As ye are unleavened. For even Christ
for indeed, because indeed, read.
For even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us.
Even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us. So go back. Exodus 12. Verse 13.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 13.
Come on.
And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses which ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you. It says,
I will pass over you. I. Who's there? The Lord. Christ says, I will pass over you. Read.
And the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you. When I smite the land of Egypt.
When I smite the land of Egypt. Okay, is that it on that?
Yes, sir.
Jump down to verse 23 now.
Verse 23.
Read.
For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood upon the lintel.
What is the blood? The blood of Christ now. The blood of Christ. Read.
And on the two side posts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in.
It says the what?
And the Lord will pass over the door.
The Lord will pass over the door. Go ahead.
And will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you.
You see that? To come into your houses to smite you. It says the Lord will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in into your houses to destroy you. Give me 1 Corinthians chapter 1:10 verse 1. Because Moses has already told us who the destroyer is, by the way. Right here in this verse. Read what you got. 1 Corinthians 10 verse 1. Come on.
First book of Corinthians, chapter 10 verse 1.
Read.
Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant.
He says, don't be ignorant of what we just read. Read.
How that all our fathers were under the cloud.
So, we're under the what?
Were under the cloud.
How were they under the cloud? Get that in Exodus 18, verse 20 and 21. It says that all our fathers were under the cloud. So what is he saying?
The book of Exodus, chapter 18, verse 20.
Read.
And they took their journey from Sappho and encamped in Etham.
This is when we were leaving now. This is when we left Egypt, in the wilderness. Read.
In the edge of the wilderness. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud.
You see that? The Lord went what?
And the Lord went before them.
The Lord went before us
by day
during the day
in a pillar of a cloud.
In a pillar of a cloud. What is a cloud? A chariot. Read.
To lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light.
You see that? Go back. 1 Corinthians 10 verse 1.
First book of Corinthians, chapter 10 verse 1.
And we were going over this last night. Just this part right here. Go ahead.
Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant, how that all our fathers were under the cloud.
What is the cloud? The pillar of cloud by day, the pillar of fire by night. Read.
And all passed through the sea.
What sea? The Red Sea. The Red Sea, the sea of blood. Read.
And were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud.
They were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud. Here is that. Keep reading.
And in the sea.
And in the sea. The Red Sea. Read.
And did all eat the same spiritual meat.
It says we all, our fathers and foremothers, they all ate the same spiritual meat. He says spiritual, he didn't say physical, he says spiritual meat. So that's how they were baptized, with spiritual meat. What is that? The laws of God. That's how Moses baptized us, with spiritual meat. Read.
And did all drink the same spiritual drink.
The same spiritual drink in the wilderness, by the way. Read.
But they drank of that spiritual rock.
Because we drank of that spiritual rock, who was there?
That followed them.
That followed them
And
during the day in a pillar of a cloud, and during the night in a pillar of fire. Read.
And that rock was Christ.
And that rock was who?
And that rock was Christ.
And that rock was Christ. So who followed us? Christ. He was right there during the time when we got out of Egypt. You understand? He's the one that was with us, over us. And our forefathers, they saw all this, these wonders. You understand? Keep reading.
But with many of them, God was not well pleased, but they were overthrown in the wilderness.
Because of what? Lack of faith. Our forefathers had no faith. That's why that whole first generation was all put to death because of lack of faith. Read.
Now these things were our examples.
Now these things is for our examples. Whose examples? Us today. 2023. This is for our example. Read.
To the intent that we should not lust after evil things, as they also lusted.
Because our forefathers, they lusted after evil things in the wilderness, and they were put to death. Read.
Neither be ye idolaters.
You see that? Don't be idolaters, because what was we doing in Egypt? We were idolaters. You understand? So during the time of the church of Corinth, we was doing the same thing in the church of Corinth. Read.
And were some of them, as it is written, but the people sat down to eat and drink, and rose up to play.
They rose up to play. This is Exodus 32. When Moses went to the mount, Aaron decided to melt, and they created a golden calf. And they started doing all manner of, you understand? They were reveling. Okay, read.
Neither let us commit fornication.
They are committing fornication, pitch out there for the whole leaven.
As some of them committed, and fell in one day 23,000.
You see, 23,000 were put to death in that day. Keep reading. Watch this now. I need you to pay attention. Come on.
Neither let us tempt Christ.
It says, neither let us tempt Christ. Because who did they tempt in the wilderness? Christ. That rock that followed them. Read.
And some of them also tempted, and were destroyed of serpents.
And they were destroyed of serpents. You can read about that in Numbers 21. Read Numbers 21 verse 6 through 8. Real quick.
The book of Numbers, chapter 21, verse 8.
Read. Verse 6.
The book of Numbers, chapter 21, verse 6. And the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people. And they beat the people.
And they were biting us. Go ahead.
And much people of Israel died.
Many of our forefathers died in the wilderness because why? They were rebellious, they had no faith. Read.
Therefore, the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord.
You're going to read down to verse 8. Read.
And against thee, pray unto the Lord, that he take away the serpents from us.
You see that he take away the serpents from us. Come on. He said, whoa. Actually, read the verse again.
The book of Numbers.
Pay close attention.
The book of Numbers, chapter 21, verse 7.
Listen up.
Therefore, the people came to Moses.
The people came to Moses after they were beaten with poisonous snakes. What did they say?
We have sinned.
We have sinned.
For we have spoken against the Lord.
We have done what?
For we have spoken against the Lord.
We have spoken against the Lord. Read.
And against thee.
And against you, Moses. Read.
Pray unto the Lord.
Pray unto the who?
Pray unto the Lord.
Pray unto the Lord. Come on.
That he take away the serpents from us.
That he take away the serpents from us. Is that it on that?
No, sir.
Read.
And Moses prayed for the people.
So, Moses was asked to pray for the people unto the Lord, that the Lord take away the serpents from them. So, who are they tempting during this time? The Lord. Who brought the the serpents unto them. The Lord, who had to take them away. The Lord, who was with us, who was traveling with us, a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. You see that? Go back. 1 Corinthians 10, verse 9.
1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 9.
Read.
Neither let us tempt Christ.
Let us tempt Christ. Neither let us tempt Christ. Let's not tempt Christ. Read.
And some of them also tempted and were destroyed of serpents.
Watch this.
Neither murmur ye.
Neither complain. Don't complain. If you don't want to know, if you're struggling with the spirit of gossip and murmuring and complaining, we have a class called Murmurers and Complainers. Read.
And some of them also murmur.
And some of them also murmur. You know what's crazy? Give me John 6. You know, I'm going to show you something. Man, you can't make this up. John 6. Read John 6. Read verse 31. Watch this.
John chapter 6, verse 31. Our fathers did eat manna in the desert.
In the what?
In the desert.
In the desert. Come on.
As it is written.
As it is what?
As it is written.
As it is written. Where? In Exodus. In Numbers. Read.
He gave them bread from heaven to eat.
Eat manna. Read.
Then Jesus said unto them.
Then who said unto them?
Then Jesus said unto them.
Then Christ said unto them. During the time of Rome. Read.
Verily, verily, I say unto you.
Verily, verily, I say unto you. You who? You wicked Negroes that was over there with me in the wilderness. Keep reading.
Moses gave you not the bread from heaven.
Moses gave you not the bread from heaven. But what's this?
But my Father giveth you the true bread from heaven.
Read.
For the bread of God is he which cometh down from heaven.
Stop. How did he come down? On the chariots. This is how he came down with the chariot. Read.
And giveth life unto the world.
And giveth life unto the world. What world did he give life to? The world of Israel in the wilderness. Read.
Then said they unto him, Lord, evermore give us bread. Then Jesus said unto them, I am the bread of life.
You see that? Keep reading.
He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst.
Read.
But I say unto you, that ye also have seen me, and believe not.
Stop. Read the verse again. What verse you at?
36.
Read it again.
John chapter 6, verse 36.
Read.
But I said unto you.
Read.
That ye also have seen me.
But ye also, you've seen me. Read.
And believe not.
And you didn't believe. Where did they see him? Up there. With the chariot. Traveling with them. And he told Moses, I'm not coming down there. The hell is this? They are just evil. I'm going to say to you, you're going to be my mediator. I'm right here. But be my mediator. I'm not going to go down there for them to see me. Like that. So how did they see him? The chariot. You understand? That's how it was. Man, this is beautiful history, man. This is a revealing class. Read.
All that the Father giveth me shall come to you.
Read.
And he that cometh to me, I will in no wise cast out.
Read. Watch this.
For I came down from heaven, not to do my own will.
It says, I came down from heaven, then and now. Read.
Not to do my own will.
Go ahead.
But the will of him that sent me.
Read.
And this is the Father's will, which has sent me.
What verse you read?
The 39.
Okay, keep reading.
And this is the Father's will, which has sent me, that of all which he has given me, I should lose nothing.
Now watch this. Read verse 42.
The book of John chapter 6, verse 42.
Read.
And they said, Is not this Jesus,
Is not this Jesus,
the son of Joseph,
the son of Joseph,
whose father and mother we know?
whose father and mother we know?
How is it then that he said, I came down from heaven?
You see, why is he saying he come down from heaven? Because who's he talking to? The same people he was with in the wilderness. He came down from heaven on the cloud. During the day of pillar of a cloud and the night of a pillar of fire. Read.
Jesus therefore answered and said unto them, Murmur not among yourselves.
Stop. What did he say?
Mama not among yourselves.
Mama, ye not amongst yourselves. Go back to First Corinthians. First Corinthians chapter 10, verse 10.
First Corinthians chapter 10, verse 10.
Watch this.
Neither murmur ye, as some of them also murmur.
You see that? Don't murmur, as some of them also murmured. Where? In the wilderness. So guess what? He is in Jerusalem speaking to the same spirit that was murmuring back then. Read.
And were destroyed of the destroyed.
They were what?
And were destroyed of the destroyed.
They were what?
And were destroyed of the destroyed.
So right there. All this, go back to Exodus 12. And they were destroyed, all the destroyed. Read Exodus 12:23. Watch this. Come on.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 23.
Read.
For the Lord will pass through.
Who will do what?
For the Lord.
Because the Lord will pass through. The Lord. Read.
For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, the Lord will pass over the door.
He's repeating it again. The Lord will pass over the door. Read.
And will not suffer the destroyer.
And will not what?
And will not suffer the destroyer.
Read.
To come in unto your houses to smite.
You see that? So who's the destroyer? Christ is the destroyer. That's what we read. Moses is prophesying about the second coming of the Messiah. The destroyer. Armageddon. Doomsday. That's what we're reading about here. Woo! Give me, go back to Exodus. Exodus. Okay. Yeah, Exodus chapter 1. Go back to this minute 1. I mean 10 verse 7. 8 verse 7.
But book of Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 11.
Read.
Now all these things happen unto them for example.
It is these things happen unto us for an example for us. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning. Read.
And they were written for our admonition.
They were written for our correction. Go ahead.
Upon whom the ends of the world are come.
So, I don't think you understand what we just read. Read the verse again, verse 11.
First book of Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 11.
Read.
Now all these things happen unto them for example. And they are written for our admonition.
They are written for our correction. Read.
Upon whom?
Upon whom? Who's the whom? The same spirit that was back then, the same spirit that Christ was addressing, the same spirit that the Apostle Paul is addressing, the same spirit that are here today. Upon whom the what?
The ends of the world.
The what of the what?
The ends of the world are come.
So what is he saying? The world is going to come to an end when this generation is back on this end. The same generation that was with Moses in the wilderness is the same generation today, upon whom the ends of the world are come. This is the time. Couple of seconds before midnight, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Understand that thing. Now give me Exodus 15 verse 1. Exodus chapter 15 verse 1. Read it.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 1.
Read.
Then sang Moses and the children of Israel the song unto the Lord, and spake, saying, I will sing unto the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously the horse and his rider, and he thrown into the sea.
Read it again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 1.
Read.
Then sang Moses and the children of Israel the song unto the Lord,
This song unto the Lord, come on.
and spake, saying, I will sing unto the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously.
I will sing unto the Lord because he triumphed gloriously. Read.
The horse and his rider, and he thrown into the sea.
So, give me Jeremiah 51 verse 21. Pay attention. Okay.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51, verse 21.
Read.
And with thee will I break in pieces the horse and his rider.
He says, with you, Israel, I'm going to break in pieces the horse and his rider. Go ahead.
And with thee will I break in pieces the chariot and his rider.
The chariot and his rider. Go ahead.
And with thee also will I break in pieces men and women. And with thee will I break in pieces old and young. And with thee will I break in pieces the young man and the maid.
He's talking about the nations now. Read.
I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock.
Read.
And with thee will
That's talking about Christianity, by the way. That's what he's going into. Read.
And with thee will I break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen.
Read.
And with thee will I break in pieces captains and the crew.
Captains that goes into the military, rulers goes into the nobles and presidents. Read.
And I will render unto Babylon.
Oh, you see what just happened? Read that next verse. Read that verse again. Verse 24. All of this we just read in Exodus 15 and verse 1. What is he prophesying about? Babylon the Great. Read.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51 and 24.
Read.
And I will render unto Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea.
You see that? I will render unto Babylon and all the inhabitants of the Chaldeans. Read.
All their evil.
All their what?
All their evil.
Read.
And they have done in Zion. In your sight, says the Lord.
You see that? That's what the Lord says He's going to do. That's verse 24, right?
Yes, sir.
Go back. Exodus 15 now, verse 2.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 2.
Read.
The Lord is my strength and song, and He is become my salvation.
Read.
He is my God. I will prepare Him an habitation. My father's God, I will exalt
My
Him.
father's God, I will exalt Him. Give me that in 12 to 12. Then 6 to 7. 12, chapter 12, verse 6.
The book of Job, chapter 12, verse 6.
Read.
Then he took the bowls apart and said unto them, bless God, praise Him, and magnify Him, and praise Him for the things which He has done unto you in the sight of all that He. It is good to praise God.
It is good to praise God. Come on.
And exalt His name.
And exalt His name because He triumphed gloriously. Read.
And honorably show forth the works of God. Therefore, be not slack to praise
Be
Him.
not slack to praise the Lord. Read.
It is good to keep the clothes, the secret of the king.
Watch this.
But it is honorable to reveal the works of God.
But it's honorable to reveal the works of God. That's what we do. Read.
Do that which is good, and no evil shall touch you.
You and over.
Do that which is good,
And
and no evil shall touch you.
why did we just read this? Exodus 12. Go back there. Exodus chapter 12. Read verse 13.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 18.
Actually, read verse 23.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 23.
Read.
For the Lord shall pass through. For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come into your houses to smite you.
You see that thing? And no evil shall touch you. In the evil day, no evil shall touch you. That's what he says. It's very simple. Now go back. Go back to Exodus 15, read verse 3.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 3.
Read.
The Lord is a man of war.
Now you understand. The Lord is a man of war. We read in Exodus 12 to show the Lord is a man of war. Exodus 15, we're reading now the Lord is a man of war. It is continuing to show us that the Most High God is a man of war. Christ is a man of war. We are men of war. Read. Verse 3 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 3.
Read.
The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name.
The Lord is his name. Come on.
Pharaoh's chambers and his host.
Actually, give me Revelation 19 verse 7. Revelation 19 verse 7. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is always being a man of war. Even in the New Testament, John the Revelator, he actually talks about that thing. Read.
The book of Revelation, chapter 19, verse 11.
Read.
And I saw the heaven open, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat upon him was called faithful and true. And in righteousness he doth judge.
That in what?
He doth
He
judge
does execute judgment. That's what we read in Exodus. Read.
and make war.
And what?
And make war.
And make war. The Lord is a man of war. Go back.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 3.
Go ahead.
The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name.
Read.
Pharaoh's chariot and his horse and he cast into the sea.
It is Pharaoh's chariot and his host had he cast into the sea. We read about that in Exodus 14. Okay, read.
His chosen captains also are drowned into the sea. The depth of the covenant, they sank into the bottom as a stone.
Read verse 4 again.
The book of Exodus chapter 15 verse 4.
Read.
Pharaoh's chariot and his host are be cast into the sea.
It says Pharaoh's chariot and his host are cast into the sea. Go ahead.
His chosen captains also are drowned in the sea.
Watch this. Exodus 14, read verse 23.
The book of Exodus chapter 14 verse 23. And the Egyptians pursued and went in after them to the midst of the sea.
To the midst of the sea. Come on.
Even all Pharaoh's horses.
Now I want you to stop right here and read it attention. Read verse 23 again.
The book of Exodus chapter 14 verse 23. And the Egyptians pursued and went in after them to the midst of the sea.
To the what?
To the midst of the sea.
Now, this what we read here is when we were being delivered out of Egypt, when we were crossing the Red Sea, right? Okay, go ahead.
Even all Pharaoh's horses.
Even all Pharaoh's horses, read.
His chariots.
His what?
His chariots.
His what?
His chariots.
Read.
And his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning, when the Lord looked unto the host of the Egyptians.
When the host, meaning the army of the Egyptians, read.
Through the pillar of fire and of the cloud.
Read.
And
He looked at them through the pillar of fire and through the cloud. Where would he have to be to do that? Up there, right? Keep going.
And traveled the host of the Egyptians, and took of their chariot wheels, and they dragged them heavy, so that the Egyptians said, let us flee from the face of Israel.
Let us do what?
Let us flee from the face of Israel.
So what does it mean to flee? It is run, right? Flight, right? Because there's multiple meanings of flee. Flee comes from flight. Right? What is flight? Aerial warfare. So what is he talking about here? Keep going.
For the Lord fighted for them against the Egyptians.
For the Lord fighted for them against the Egyptians. Now, give me the book of Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 81, verse 1.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 31, verse 1.
Read.
Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help, and stay on horses.
Remember, these are not ancient Egyptians we're reading about in this context. This is spiritual Egypt here. Read.
Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help, and stay on horses.
And what?
And stay on horses.
Go ahead.
And trust in chariots.
And do what?
And trust in chariots.
So these Egyptians, because this is the book of Isaiah. This is during the Assyrian Empire. So he's not talking about ancient Egypt here. He is prophesying spiritual Egypt. Read.
Because they are men.
Because they are what?
Because they are
He
men.
says they trust in chariots. In Babylon the Great, how do they show off their military prowess? How do they do it? There is a video that I sent you of last week's class. Did I send it to you? Yes. Okay. You have an answer? Yeah, stand up and answer the question. How do they do it?
With fighter jets.
With what?
Fighter jets.
Exactly. They show their military prowess in aerial warfare. That's where they will listen. They show off their navy and all, but up there, listen, that's where the eagle, they are up there. You understand? You can have a seat. Now, I want you to play this video. Okay? Did the people see? Okay, play it. No, we have to play. Is there someone? Okay. Yes. Now, go back so we play. You know what gonna see it, but you can just listen to what they're saying.
335.6 now today. Stand. With 335.6 now today. Stand.
That's the fighter jet right there. Okay. Now, Isaiah 31 verse 1.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 31, verse 1.
Read.
Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help and stay on horses.
So remember, this is spiritual Egypt. Read.
And trust in chariots because they are made.
You see that they trust in chariots because they are made. Read.
And in horsemen because they are very strong.
You see that? Because they are very strong. Hold on. Wait. Give me that in Daniel chapter 2 real quick. I'm going to show you something. The same thing that Isaiah said, there's a wording he's using. Daniel chapter 2, no, Daniel 7. Daniel chapter 7, read verse 7.
The book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 7.
Watch this.
After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast.
A fourth beast. Read.
Dreadful and terrible.
Dreadful and what?
Dreadful and terrible.
Dreadful and terrible. Come on.
And strong exceeding. And it had great iron teeth.
Great iron teeth. Come on.
And it devoured and brake in pieces and stamped the residue with the feet of it.
You see that? It says what? It says strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. What is this going into? Military. You understand? This is the military right here. Okay? This is talking about the fourth kingdom, which is Babylon the Great. The United States of America. That's what he's talking about here. Okay, go back. Isaiah 31 verse 1.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 31, verse 1. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help.
Read.
And stay on horses and trust in chariots, because they are made, and in horsemen, because they are very strong.
Because they are very strong. Come on.
But they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek the Lord.
They don't care about the Mosai. They don't look unto the Holy One of Israel at all. Read.
Yes, he also is wise. Yes, he also is wise.
Meaning the Lord is wise. Read.
And will bring evil, and will not call back his ways, but will arise against the house of the evildoers.
The evildoers is Babylon the Great. Read.
And against the help of them that work iniquity.
Because they work sin. That's the kingdom of sin. America is the kingdom of sin. Read.
Now the Egyptians are men.
Now the Egyptians are what?
Now the Egyptians are men.
The Egyptians are men. Read.
And not God. And their horses flesh, and not spirit. When the Lord shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall fall, and he that is holpen shall fall down. And they all shall fail together.
Because all the nations that support America militarily, guess what? They all gonna get destroyed. But what is he saying? Is that now the Egyptians are men. Why is he emphasizing the Egyptians are men? All this, give me the book of Isaiah 47. Isaiah 47, read verse 1 through 3. I'm going to read this chapter later. I'm going to read some of these verses in Isaiah 47. So I might repeat some of these verses again. Read.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 47, verse 1.
Read.
Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon.
So, O virgin daughter of Babylon. So this is talking about who? America. Now read verse 3. Watch this.
Verse 3. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered. Yea, thy shame shall be seen.
Read.
I will take vengeance.
The Lord says he will do what?
I will take vengeance.
The Lord he will execute vengeance. Read.
And I will not beat thee as a man.
That's it right there. It says, and I will not meet you as a man. I'm going to meet you as something else. Because I met you as a man before. And you killed me and humiliated me. Now, I'm going to meet you as something else. I'm not going to meet you as a man. I'm going to meet you as a God on earth. That's how the Lord is coming down. Listen, He's taking no prisoners when He returns. Now go back to Isaiah 31. Verse 3 again.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 31, verse 3.
Read.
Now the Egyptians are men.
You see that? Now the Egyptians are men. Read.
And not God.
And not God. Read. Although they make themselves to be a God. Go ahead.
And their horses flesh.
Their horses flesh. What are their horses? Their horses is their chariots that they trust upon. But it says they are flesh. Meaning what? They are metal. They are made out of man-made materials here on earth. Read.
And not spirit.
And not what?
And not spirit.
Like the armies of the Lord. Let's get it. Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapter 1. Ezekiel chapter 1, read verse 19.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 1, verse 19.
Now, this is talking about the chariots of the Lord, the angels, how they travel, and how are they connected to the chariots they drive. Read.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 1, verse 19.
Go ahead.
And when the living creatures went, their wheels went by them.
You see that? Is when the living creatures went. The living creatures is the angels. Wherever they went, is that the wheels went by them. Not with them, by them. So they were controlled by the angels. It's going to tell you how.
And when the living creatures were lifted up,
They went up. When they went up now, height, altitude,
the wheels were lifted up.
the chariots were lifted up also. Keep reading.
Whithersoever the spirit was to go.
So, whatsoever the spirit was to go. So if the spirit of the angel says left, guess what happens to the chariot? The chariot goes left. When the spirit says goes up, the chariot goes up. So the spirit and the chariot, the spirit of the angel and the chariot, they are interconnected. Read.
Whithersoever the spirit was to go, they went. Thither was their spirit to go. And the wheels were lifted up over against them. But the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels.
You see that? Because the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. So because they are chariots of the Most High God, they are not metal. They are spirit. That's why I'm not going to meet you as a man. You understand? Go back to Isaiah. 31 verse 3. Is that where we were?
Yes, sir.
Read.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 31, verse 3.
Read.
Now the Egyptians are men, and not God.
And not God.
And their horses flesh.
Their horses what?
And their horses flesh.
That's what you just saw. Because here on earth, we've never seen anything like what we're reading. So when we see these F-24, X whatever, the F-15, whatever they call them, right? When you look at it, when it's flying up there, you're like, whoa, that's some heavy stuff. That's nothing. That's nothing. You understand? That's like a Corona. That's like a Corona, I'm telling you. Compared to the chariots of the Most High. You understand? Read.
And their horses flesh and not spirit.
And their horses are flesh and not spirit. Read.
When the Lord shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall fall.
When those that help, they're going to fall. Read.
And he that is helped shall fall down.
And who's assisted shall fall down. Meaning America's allies. They also going to get destroyed. Read.
And they all shall fail together.
They all going to fail together because they are not going to win. They're going to lose. Okay, go back to Exodus 15. Okay. Exodus 15, verse 4 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 4.
Read.
Pharaoh's chariots and his host are he cast into the sea.
You see that it says Pharaoh's what?
Pharaoh's chariots and his host are he cast into the sea.
He cast into the sea. So aerial warfare. What's happening up there? Because that's the sea up there. The sea above the firmament and the sea below the firmament. This is aerial warfare. That's what we're reading. Moses is talking about aerial warfare. You understand? Get that in Genesis 1 verse 6. Come on, brothers. You need to pay attention. Okay? I told you this class is going to get hard now. Read.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 6.
Read.
And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament.
So the firmament that is being referenced here is the firmament that is what? That is below the firmament. That's the waters. That's the sea below the firmament. That's where the war will take place. So when Moses talked about the waters, that's what he was talking about. Aerial warfare. You understand? Because this same Jesus, keep reading.
And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day.
Is that it? What verse you?
That's 8, sir.
Okay, that's it on there. Now go back. Exodus 15. Exodus chapter 15, read verse 4, one more again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 4.
Read.
Pharaoh's chariot and his host, and he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea.
Read.
The depth that covered them.
The depth that covered them, come on.
They sank into the bottom as a stone.
They sank into the bottom as a stone. Jump down to verse 10.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 10. Thou didst blow with thy wind. The sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters.
They what?
They sank as lead in the mighty waters.
The mighty waters, remember, these mighty waters is the Red Sea in verse 4. You understand? The mighty waters is the Red Sea in verse 4. Okay? Now, read verse 6 now. Come on.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 6. Thy right hand, O Lord, is become glorious in power. Thy right hand, O Lord, hath dashed in pieces the enemy. And in the greatness of thine excellency, thou hast overthrown them that was up against thee. Thou sentest forth thy wrath. Thou consumed them as stubble.
Thou consumed them as stubble. Was Egypt, the ancient Egypt, was it consumed as stubble? No, it wasn't. It was not consumed as stubble. Now watch this. Now, I skipped some things. I want to go back. Go back to Exodus 15 verse 4 one more again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 4.
Read.
Pharaoh's chariots and his host as he cast into the sea.
I'll explain it like this. Read.
His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea.
They are drowned in the Red Sea. Watch this. Give me the book of Joel. Pharaoh's captain is talking about their military. Okay. Joel 3 verse 9.
The book of Joel, chapter 3, verse 9.
Go ahead.
Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles.
Because remember, we're reading about the destruction of spiritual Egypt here. We're reading about the destruction of Babylon the Great. Read.
Prepare war.
Prepare what?
Prepare war.
It says, he said, listen, all you nations, prepare war against me. I'm coming. That's what he's telling them. He says, all you nations, China, India, America, Russia, he says, prepare war against me. I'm coming down there. Be ready. Ready.
Wake up the mighty men.
He says, wake up all your mighty men, all your chosen captains, wake them up. Read.
Let all the men of war draw near.
He says, let all your men of war draw near. Call them up. Read.
Let them come up.
Let them what?
Let them come up.
Let them come up. Up. Let them come up. Aerial warfare. Let them come up. I think that's where I'm going to come to. I'm going to get to the atmosphere. That's where we're going to get. That's where we're going to fight. Before I come down there and wipe out the whole land. I'm going to come up. He said, let them come up. Read.
Beat your plowshares into swords.
He says, make weaponry. Beat your plowshares into swords. Read.
And your pruning hooks into spears.
Read.
Let the weak say, I am strong.
Let the weak say, I am strong. Remember, in Genesis 25, it says, the stronger, the one people shall be what? You forget Genesis 25 real quick. Let Let the weak say, I am strong. Who's the weak? They are the weak. Read that in Genesis 25.
The book of Genesis, chapter 25, verse 3.
No. Verse 3.
Verse 23.
Read it.
And the Lord said unto him, 2 nations are in thy womb, 2 men of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
Read.
And the one people shall be stronger than the other.
You see that the one people shall be stronger than the other people. Meaning Jacob will be stronger than Esau. The black man will be stronger than the white man. That's what he's saying. Read.
And the one people shall be stronger than the other people.
Read.
And the elder shall serve the young.
And the elder shall serve the young. Go back. Joel 3.
The book of Joel, chapter 3, verse 10. Beat your plowshares into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears.
Read.
Let the weak say,
Let the weak. Who's the weak? Esau. He is the weak. Read.
Let the weak say, I am strong.
Because of what? Because they trust in their chariots. Read.
Assemble yourselves and come.
He says, gather yourself together. Assemble yourselves, all you heathens. Read.
All ye heathen, and gather yourselves together round about. Thither, cause thy mighty ones to come down.
It says, cause your mighty ones to come down. Read.
Let the heathen be weighted, and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat.
The valley of decision. The valley of decision, where the Most High will make a decision about these nations and destroy them. That's what we read. What verse you in?
Verse 12 says,
Read.
For there will I seek to judge all the heathen round about. Put ye in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe. Come, get you down, for the press is full, and fats overflow, for their wickedness is great.
You see that thing? For their wickedness is great, meaning what? Their evil has come up to the Lord. Like we read in Revelation 18. Now give me Revelation 14, verse 14. I'm not going to touch that now. Go back to Exodus 15, verse 5. Now.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 5.
Read.
The depth that covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone.
They sank into the bottom as a stone. Babylon has fallen. Babylon has fallen. He says they sank into the bottom as a stone. Because where were they? Where they were on the top. Now they're at the bottom. You understand that?
So,
They were, well, give me Obadiah, because they don't get it. Give me the book of Obadiah. Okay, Obadiah, read verse 3. Find Amos, you find Obadiah. Okay, come on.
the book of Obadiah, verse 3.
Read.
The pride of thine heart has deceived.
The pride of their heart has deceived them. Read.
Thou that dwellest in the cleft of the rock.
The Caucasus Mountains. Read.
Whose habitation is high.
Their habitation is high. Read.
That saith in his heart.
They say in their mind, come on.
Who shall bring me down to the ground?
You see that? Who's going to bring me down to the ground? Because where would he have to be? Up there. So now it says they've sunk to the bottom as a stone. You understand? Read.
Though thou exalted thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars.
They set their nest among the stars. They to space travel. So in the sea above the firmament, the sea below the firmament, the Lord is still going to get them. There is no escape for them. Read.
Then will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
Then I says, I'm going to bring you down, saith the Lord. Go back. Okay, Exodus 15, verse 5. I'm almost there.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 5.
Read.
The depth that covered them, they sank into the bottom as a stone.
You see that thing? They sank into the bottom as a stone. Because where were they at? On the top of all nations on earth. You understand? Babylon the Great is falling. That's really what he's saying. Okay? Verse 5. Come on.
The depth that covered them, they sank into the bottom as a stone.
Jump down to verse 10 now. Watch this.
Verse 10. Thou didst blow with thy wind.
The Lord blew them with his wind, meaning his armies. Read.
The sea covered them.
The sea covered them. The same way the sea covered the Egyptians, is as the sea going to cover them. Up there above the firmament and be down here below the firmament. The sea is still going to cover them. They're going to be squashed like a bug. Read.
They sank as lead in the mighty waters.
You see that they sank as lead in the mighty waters. Up there, when they set up a nest in the on Mars, when they're going to do it, the International Space Station, guess what? The Lord is still going to destroy them. Understand that? Now, give me Revelation 16, verse 19.
The book of Revelation, chapter 16, verse 19.
Watch this.
And the great city was divided into three parts.
The great city. Who's this? Who's the name of the great city? Revelation 14, verse 8.
The book of Revelation, chapter 14, verse 8.
Read.
And there followed another angel saying, Babylon is fallen.
Babylon is fallen.
Is fallen. That great city.
That what?
That great city.
That great city. We know the name of the city is Babylon the Great. Go back to Revelation 16 now, verse 19 again.
The book of Revelation, chapter 16, verse 19.
Come on.
And the great city was divided.
The great city is Babylon the Great. He said it was what?
Was divided into three parts.
What does that mean? It was divided into three parts. Jump up to verse 13. Watch this.
Verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw three unclean spirits like frogs.
You see that? It says, I saw three unclean spirits like frogs. Read.
Come out of the mouth of the dragon.
Come out of the mouth of the dragon. Read.
And out of the mouth of the beast.
Out of the mouth of the beast.
And out of the mouth of the false prophet.
So these three divisions here, the mouth of the dragon that goes into what? Politics. You understand? The mouth of the beast is going into what? Economy. Then it says what? Out of the mouth of the false prophet. That's Christianity. Politics, economics, and religion. That's how America is set up. Okay, now jump down to verse 19 again.
Verse 19.
Read.
And the great city was divided into three parts.
You see that? That's what it means. The great city was divided into three parts. Economics, politics, and religion. Read.
And the cities of the nations fell.
The cities of the nations fell that supported this great city that was divided into three parts. Go ahead.
And great Babylon came in remembrance before God.
Read. Meaning the Lord remembered Babylon the Great. Read.
To give unto her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath.
To bring forth judgment. Read.
And every island fled away. And the mountains were not found.
Read.
And there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven.
So, what happened?
And there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven.
What plague was this? I told you to pay attention to the seventh plague. Nehemiah. Shalom. Obey. It was the seventh plague, which was what? All praises. Now read that. Verse 21 again.
The book of Revelation, chapter 16, verse 21.
Read.
And there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven.
A great hail out of heaven. You see, there's a reason why those plagues are written. These are technological. Read.
Every stone about the weight of a ton. And men blasphemed God because of the plague of the hail.
You see, they blasphemed God because of the plague of the hail. Read.
But the plague, therefore, was exceeding great.
For the plague, therefore, was exceeding great. So that plague of hail is mingled with fire. Which is going to create what? The lake of fire. What color was the sea? Go back to Exodus. Go back to Exodus 12. Okay, Exodus 15. Read verse 4.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 4.
Read.
Pharaoh's chariots and his host, as he cast into the sea, his chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea.
Jump down to verse 5. Read on.
The depth them covered them.
Read.
They sank into the bottom as a stone.
Jump down to verse 10.
Verse 10. Thou didst blow with thy wind. The sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty water.
Now read verse 6 now.
Verse 6. Thy right hand, O Lord, is become glorious in power. Thy right hand, O Lord, has dashed in pieces the enemy.
Yes, dashed in pieces the enemy. Come on.
And in the greatness of thine excellence, Thou hast overthrown them that rose up against thee. Thou sentest forth thy wrath, which consumed them and stopped.
Let's read now. Verse 6. Give me Psalms 137, verse 7 to verse 8. He's telling you why is the Lord dashing them in pieces? Why is he doing that? It's called justice. It's called vengeance. Read.
The book of Psalms, chapter 137, verse 7.
Read.
Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom.
Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom. Come on.
In the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof.
Read.
O daughter of Babylon.
O what?
O daughter of Babylon.
O virgin daughter of Babylon. Come on.
Who are to be destroyed.
Who must be destroyed. Read.
Happy shall it be that rewarded thee and thou hast served.
Yes, go ahead.
Happy shall it be.
Happy shall he. Who's the he shall he that shall be happy? The Lord. Happy shall the Lord be. Go ahead.
Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stone.
You see that thing? The Lord is going to be happy to do that thing. To dash their children against the stones, because that's what they did. They bashed the heads of our little children against the stone. So guess what? The Lord says, I'm going to do that to you. And I'm going to be happy doing it. It's called justice. Vengeance is of the Lord. Okay, give me Nahum chapter 3 verse 10. Come on, find a Bible. You'll find Nahum. Come on.
The book of Nahum, chapter 3, verse 10.
Read.
Yet was she carried away. She went into captivity.
That's us. We went into captivity. Read.
Her young children also were dashed in pieces.
You see that her young children also were dashed in pieces. Come on.
At the top of all the streets.
At the top of all the streets. So that's judgment. That's vengeance. Okay, go back to Exodus now. Chapter 15. Read verse 7 now.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 7.
Read.
And in the greatness of thine excellency, thou hast overthrown them that rose up against thee.
The Lord has overthrown them that rose up against him. Read.
Thou sentest forth thy wrath, which consumed them and stopped.
Give me Isaiah 47, verse 14. The Lord sent forth his wrath and consumed them as stubble. Egypt was not consumed like fire. Egypt wasn't consumed with fire, but Egypt was consumed with what? The Egyptians being destroyed with plagues and drowned in the Red Sea. Read.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 47, verse 14.
Go ahead.
Behold, they shall be as stubble.
They shall be as what?
They shall be as stubble.
Who's the they? Jump up to verse 1.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 47, verse 1.
Read.
Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon.
You see that? O virgin daughter of Babylon. That's America. Read.
Sit on the ground. There is no throne.
Sit on the what?
Sit on the ground.
They shall sink as a stone in the bottom of the ocean. Because where were they sitting? It says sit on the ground. Where? Are they still on the ground now? No. They are on top of all nations. That's why it says sit on the ground, because there is no throne. Who took the throne? The Lord took the throne. Read.
There is no throne.
There is no throne. There is no kingdom no more. Read.
O daughter of the Chaldeans.
O daughter of the Chaldeans. Read.
But thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate.
You are no longer going to be called tender and delicate, because why? All nations want to go to America. America is the great war on this earth. Read.
Take the millstone and grind meal.
Read.
And cover thy locks.
Uncover their locks.
Make bare the leg.
Open the leg, because that means America portrays themselves as a righteous woman. Long dress and head cover. Read.
And cover the thigh.
It says uncover the leg, uncover the thigh. It's also telling you how long the dress must go. Read.
Pass over the river.
Pass over the rivers. We know that is. Read.
Take thy nakedness shall be uncovered.
And your nakedness will be uncovered. Now read verse 14. We know who this is talking about now.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 47, verse 14.
Read.
Behold, they shall be as stubble.
They shall be as stubble. Read.
The fire shall burn them.
The what?
The fire shall burn them.
The fire shall burn them. What fire? The fire that will come down, that the Lord will destroy them with. You understand? And they're going to be drowned in the sea. The lake of fire. Read.
They shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame.
They're not going to deliver themselves from the power of the flame. Go ahead.
There shall not be a coal to warm earth, nor fire to sit before it.
Read.
Thus shall they be unto thee with whom thou hast labored.
Read.
Even thy merchants.
Thy merchants meaning big corporations, big businesses. Because these countries are actually big corporates. Russia is a big corporate. America is a big corporate. China is a big corporate. Iran is a big corporate. Read.
From thy youth they shall wander everyone to his God. None shall save thee.
You see that nobody going to deliver them. Okay? Go back to Exodus 15. Read verse 8 now.
The book of Exodus chapter 15 verse 8. And with the blast of thy nostrils, the waters were gathered together.
Read.
The floods stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea.
You see that thing? So this right here is showing you the power of the Most High God right here. Okay, through His Son. Read.
The enemy said, I will pursue.
The enemy said, I'm going to pursue. Read.
I will overtake. I will divide the spoil. My lust shall be satisfied upon them.
He says, my lust shall be satisfied upon them. What is their lust when it comes to us? Genesis 27 verse 38. And remember, he was given the spirit of war upon him. You understand? That's why they don't vote for nothing. Okay? Genesis 27. Read verse 38.
The book of Genesis, chapter 27, verse 38.
Read.
And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou by what blessing my father?
Go ahead.
Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept.
Read.
And Isaac his father answered and said unto him.
Now Esau is being given the blessing. The white man is being given his blessing. Read.
Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth.
That's why right now they are living on the best places on earth. Read.
And of the dew of heaven from above.
They are going to be everywhere because they want to conquer. Read.
And by thy sword shall
And by thy what?
And by thy sword.
But through war, they're going to what?
Shall thou live.
That's how they're going to live. Read.
And shall serve thy brother.
Because that's their job, to serve us on this earth. Read.
And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
Because right now they have the dominion over us now. Read.
And Esau hated Jacob, because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him.
Read.
And Esau said in his heart.
Esau said in his mind, this is his lust. This is his desire. Read.
The days of mourning for my father I had. Then will I slay my brother.
You see that? The day of mourning of my father I had, then will I what?
Then will I slay my brother Jacob.
Read.
And these words of Esau her elder son were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, purposing to give thee.
That's how they comfort themselves. That's their lust. That's their covetous. That's what they covet after. They covet after seeing us being at the bottom, being destroyed, being put to death. They love it. You understand? So go back to Exodus 15. Verse 10 now.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 10.
Read.
Thou didst blow with thy wind, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty water.
You see that? Read.
Who is like unto thee, O Lord, among the gods?
You know what? Read verse 10. Read verse 10.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 10.
Read.
Thou didst blow with thy wind, the sea covered them.
He says, thou didst blow with thy wind, the sea covered them. What does that mean? Remember, this is the Lord bringing vengeance upon Esau. Now, give me the book of 2 Ezra chapter 13. 2 Ezra chapter 13, read verse 2.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 2.
Read.
And lo, there arose a wind from the sea.
There what?
There arose a wind from the sea.
This wind that is coming from the sea is talking about what? Christ coming upon this earth to destroy the nations on earth. Read.
That it moved all the waves thereof.
It moved all the waves thereof. Go ahead.
And I beheld, and lo, that men were strong with the thousands of heaven.
It says, this man were strong with the thousands of heaven. Who's this man coming from the sea? Give me Acts 1 and 9 now. Who's this man coming from the sea?
The book of Acts, chapter 1, verse 9.
Read.
And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight.
A cloud received him out of their sight. A chariot. Go ahead. Come on.
And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven,
Read.
as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel.
Meaning the angels. This is what the angels said. Read.
Which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why then ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus.
This same who?
This same Jesus.
This same who?
This same Jesus.
This same Jesus. Come on.
Which is taken up from you into heaven, shall also come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven.
You see that thing? So that's the man that's coming out from the sea. Second Ezra chapter 13. Okay. Chapter 13 verse 3.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 3.
Read.
And I beheld, and lo, that men were strong with the thousands of heaven.
That's the angels. Read.
And when he turned his countenance to look, all the things trembled that were seen under him.
Because guess what? He says, I'm not going to meet you as a man. That's why everybody was trembling at the sight of him. Because everybody going to see him. Give me that in Revelation 1. Revelation chapter 1. I'm almost done. Revelation 1. Read verse. Yeah. Revelation chapter 1. Read verse 7.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 7.
Watch this.
Behold, he cometh with clouds.
He cometh with clouds. Not one, multiple clouds. Read.
And every eye shall see him.
And every eye shall see him. How's he going to do that? Because when it's raining in China, you don't see him. But how is it when he comes into the earth? Because when an aeroplane is flying here, they don't see it in China. So how are they going to see him? How is the whole planet Earth going to see Christ coming in? Because he's got the power to bend space and time. Because he says, I'm not going to meet you as a man. I mean, listen, man. Give me that in a book, man. Ish. All praises to both sides. Habakkuk. Okay. Yep, Habakkuk 3. Verse 2. Read that.
The book of Habakkuk, chapter 3, verse 2.
Read.
O Lord, I have heard thy speech, and was afraid. O Lord, receive thy work.
No, revive. Come on.
O Lord, revive thy work in the midst of the years. In the midst of the years, make known. In wrath, remember mercy.
In wrath, when the Lord brings forth wrath upon this earth, he must remember his mercy towards us. Come on.
God came from Teman, and the Holy One from Mount Paran.
You see that Teman? Who's Teman? Germany, right? Because they are the ones that are responsible for all these technological advancements on this earth. Nuclear weapons, you understand? Space travel, touch screens, you understand? Biological and chemical weaponry. That's Teman. Read.
Selah.
Uh-huh.
Glory covered the heavens.
That is the Lord's glory covered the heavens. That's why it says every eye shall see him. Because his glory will cover the heavens. Everybody gonna see him when he comes in. Read.
And the earth was full of his praise.
The earth was full of his praise. Go ahead.
And his brightness was as the light. He had horns coming out of his head.
When the horns, that's about power. He says he had power coming out of his hands. Read.
And there was the hiding of his power.
He was hiding his power, his strength in his hands. Read.
Before him went the pestilence, and burning coals went forth at his feet.
Yo, that's something. The chariot coming into the earth. It's not nothing you see by the UFOs. Listen, those are just the smaller ones. You understand? To get keep Israel busy. Read.
He stood and measured the earth.
He says he stood and measured. So here he is, he comes in. He's got all power coming out of his hand. He's measuring the earth now. How much power must I bring upon this earth so I don't destroy it? Read.
He beheld, and drove asunder the nation.
He looked at it, he measured it, he said, okay, I'm going to use this amount of power to drive asunder these nations. Read.
And the everlasting mountains were scattered. The perpetual hills did bow.
Read.
His ways are everlasting.
These mountains that were scattered talk about the kingdoms on earth. It's not talking about Mount Kilimanjaro, it's not talking about that. No. The kingdoms on earth. That's what he's talking about. You understand? Read.
I saw the tents of Cushan in affliction.
That's Hamites. Read.
And the curtains of the land of Midian in traffic.
The Midianites. Read.
Was the Lord displeased against the rivers? Was thine anger against the rivers?
Read.
Was thy wrath against the sea?
Read.
That thou didst ride upon thine horses and thy chariots of salvation?
You see that thing? It says, let's read the verse again.
The book of Habakkuk, chapter 3, verse 8.
Read.
Was the Lord displeased against the rivers? Was thine anger against the rivers? Was thy wrath against the sea? That thou didst ride upon thine horses.
He says, you did because you were riding upon your horses, read.
And thy chariots.
And your chariots of salvation. Because they listen. So what is he saying? When you see these chariots, it's a sign that our salvation draweth nigh. Because he's telling you what they are for. Salvation. Deliverance. That's what he said right there. Okay? So what we read in here right here, it says, was he displeased against the rivers because he came in? How did he come in? There was a shout. Everybody saw him. Imagine the Son of Man. He enters into the earth with a multitude of angels. And he says, I'm not going to meet you as a man. You think that's going to be a regular day? That's not going to be a regular day, man. That is not a regular day. You understand? Go back. It's not going to be a regular day, man. Okay, you can't expect that. 2 Ezra chapter 13. That's where we were. 2 Ezra 13. Read verse 4 now.
2 book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 4.
Read.
And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, all they band that had his voice.
It says, all they band that had his voice. Read.
Like as the earth faileth when it heateth the fire.
You see that thing? Because I'm going to bring fire upon this earth. So he says, I'm not going to meet you as a man. When he speaks, he says, sparks was coming out of his mouth. Jump down to verse 9.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 9. And lo, as he saw the violence of the multitude that came.
But the violence of the multitude that came is the nations. Read.
He neither lifted up his head.
He says he didn't lift up his hand.
Nor held his sword.
He didn't even hold a sword because they didn't move him. Read.
No any instrument of war.
No anyone.
No any instrument of war.
He says he did not have any instrument of war with him. So he was the weapon. He didn't have any instrument of war with him because he's the weapon. Read.
But only I saw that he sent out his mouth as it had been a blast of fire.
He says, out of his mouth came a blast of fire. Read.
And out of his lips a flaming breath. And out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempest.
Read.
And they were all mixed together. The blast of fire.
The blast of fire.
The flaming breath.
The flaming breath. Just like we read in Exodus in Wisdom of Solomon. Read.
And the great tempest.
And the great tempest. This is war right here. Go ahead.
And fell with violence upon the multitude, which was prepared to fight.
They were prepared to fight. Come on.
And burned them up, everyone.
He burnt all of them up. Read.
So that upon a sudden of an innumerable multitude,
read,
nothing was to be perceived.
You see that? He says, listen, there was an innumerable multitude, but after he did this, he says nothing was perceived. What happened to them? Read.
But only dust and smell of smoke.
Man, who is saying here? Listen, it's not going to be a regular day when the Lord returns. Read.
When I saw this, I was afraid.
Who would be afraid of this? It's not going to be a regular day, man. Go back to Exodus 15. Because we just read about the plagues, right? We're reading about the plagues that's going to happen when the Lord returns. We're doing the same thing we just read in Exodus. Read. Exodus 15. Yeah, verse 9.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 9.
No, verse 10. Verse 10. That's where we were.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 10.
Watch this.
Thou didst blow with thy wind, the sea covered it. They sank as lead in the mighty water.
Read.
Who is like unto thee,
No one. No one is like unto the Lord. It says, who is like unto thee, O Lord? Read.
among the gods? Who is like thee, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises,
Read.
doing wonders?
Doing what?
Doing wonders?
Doing wonders. Listen, man, give me that in First Samuel. You understand? Listen, if you were walking with the spirit of grumpiness, shame on you. Now watch this, man. This is a beautiful stuff right here. Brothers be falling asleep. Listen, man, listen. This is some heavy stuff. Listen. Is it First Samuel? Hold on a second. I think it's Second Samuel. Yep, Second Samuel 22. Second Samuel 22, read verse 7. Watch this.
The second book of Samuel, chapter 22, verse 7.
Start at verse 4.
Second book of Samuel, chapter 22, verse 4. I will call on the Lord.
I will call on the Lord.
Who is worthy to be praised.
Who is worthy to be praised. That's what we read in 12. Read.
So shall I be saved from my enemies.
So shall I be saved from mine enemies, David is saying. Come on.
When the waves of death compass me.
When the waves of what?
When the waves of death compass
the waves of death is the nations. Read.
The floods of ungodly men.
The floods of ungodly men. So it's telling you the waves of the sea is also making reference to the nations that are coming to make war with the Lord. Read.
The sorrows of death compassed me about.
Read.
The snares of death prevented.
Meaning I was close to death. Read.
In my distress, I called upon the Lord.
Read.
And cried to my God. And he did hear my voice out of his temple.
He did what?
And he did hear my voice out of his temple.
He says the Lord heard his voice out of his temple. Which temple? The one that is up there that was not made with hands. That one. Hold that. Give it that to Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18. Read verse 15.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18 verse 15.
Read verse 13. Watch this.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18 verse 18.
Come on.
For whereas they would not believe anything by reason of the enchantment.
The enchantments, that's talking about the plagues in Egypt. Read.
Upon the destruction of the firstborn.
Upon the destruction of the firstborn. The last plague. Read.
They acknowledge these people to be the sons of God.
They acknowledge that we are the sons of God. But watch this. Go ahead.
For while all things were in quiet silence.
Read.
And that night was in the midst of a sweet cause.
The night is the talk about the darkness. The 3 days of darkness. Read.
Thine almighty way let down from heaven.
Read that right. Read verse 14 one more again. Come on.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18 verse 14.
No. That quiet silence, that night is the night when the Lord came at midnight. That's what he's talking about. Read that.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18 verse 14.
Read.
For while all things were in quiet silence, and that night was in the midst of a sweet cause.
Read.
Thine almighty way.
Thine almighty way. Come on.
Lead down from heaven.
Lead down from heaven. Read.
Out of thy
royal throne. Come on.
As a fierce man of war.
As a what?
As a fierce man of war.
As a fierce man of war. Read.
Into the midst of a land of destruction.
Into the midst of the land of destruction. What's the land of destruction? Babylon the Great. Listen, you must read that right, man. You understand? Read that thing right. Okay. Now watch this. Go back. 2 Samuel 22. Read verse 7.
Second book of Samuel, chapter 22, verse 7.
So what King Solomon is saying, that's what King David said. Read.
In my distress, I called upon the Lord. And cried to my God. And he did hear my voice.
Read.
Out of his temple.
Out of his holy temple. Come on.
And my cry did enter enter into his ears.
And my cry did enter into his ears. That's what we read here. It says, thine almighty word leaped down from heaven. Show the fallen. When the fallen entered into the air, look it up. The Transformers. I want you to see him when he comes into the earth with the staff. They didn't him this day, read in the Bible, man. Listen, this Bible right, this Bible gonna heal you. This Bible will rekindle your spirit, man. Listen, if that spirit was gone, let it be rekindled on this day. Now look that thing up. The video, I want the video of the fallen. Okay? The fallen coming down into the air. Yeah?
B, I want to talk to you about the college thing, okay? I'm so excited. Hey, I'm not taking you with. Made you a long-distance relationship kit. I got your webcam so we can chat 24/7.
Sounds cute. I can't wait.
I fear it soon will be.
What you're about to see is top secret. Do not tell my mother.
Any of these look like the symbols you saw? Where did you get these?
Archaeologists found these unexplained markings in ancient ruins all over the world.
They gotta mean something, like a message or like a map. Megatron wants what's in my mind.
I'm not gonna go without you.
Fate rarely calls upon us at a moment of our choosing.
Possible hostile confirmed fast.
Never seen anything dive that deep that fast. Man battle stations.
Chief of the watch, man battle station. Man battle station. Helm, left full rudder, all ahead 2/3. Left full, hit 2/3. Guys, go deep.
little one. Sicher, make energy.
Sonar now holds 6 contacts, and they're coming up fast.
Sound collision alarm. Left turn runner.
Night tubes 1 through 4 right. 500 feet.
Angel 6. We got 6 hostiles coming up. Collision imminent. Port side. Feet. Brakes for impact.
Lord Megatron, I was so relieved to hear of your resurrection.
You left me to die on that pathetic insect planet.
Only to help spawn our new army. The Fallen decrees it. After all, in your absence, someone had to take command.
So disappointing.
Hatchling, careful, fragile.
Even in death, there is no command but mine. My master, I failed you on Earth. The all.
Pause it. It says, my master, I failed you on earth. Give it up to Matthew 23 real quick. Man, you gave me goosebumps on this one. Okay. Matthew chapter 23, read verse 10.
Therefore, Matthew chapter 23, verse 10.
Read.
Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master.
For one is your master,
even Christ.
Now play the video now.
Spark is destroyed, and without it, our race will perish.
Oh, you have much to learn, my disciple. The cube was merely...
My disciple. Listen, man, these movies are spiritual, man. You understand? Go back a little bit.
Spark is destroyed. I failed you. My master, I failed you on Earth. The All-Spark is destroyed, and without it, our race will perish.
Oh, you have much to learn, my disciple. The cube was merely a vessel. Its power, its knowledge can never be destroyed. It can only transform.
How is that possible?
It has been absorbed by the human child. The key to saving our race now lies within his mind.
Well then, let me strip the very flesh from his body.
And you will, my apprentice. In time. For millennia, I have dreamed of my return to that wretched planet where I too was once betrayed by the primes I called my brothers. Only a prime can defeat me, and now only one remains.
Optimus. He protects the boy.
Then the boy will lead us to him, and revenge will be ours.
Yes.
This is some heavy stuff, man. And revenge will be ours. Listen, this is some heavy stuff, man. Okay? If you can find Revenge of the Fallen Sea, just say Revenge of the Fallen Sea. Did you find it? Where he hits down from heaven. Okay? But in the meantime, give me But in the meantime, though, give me the book. Okay, I'm not gonna go there. Go back to 2 Samuel 22. You can play it on alone so we don't see it. And then once you see it, when it comes down to, you know that warship that is at sea? That sea. Okay, that's the scene I want. 2 Samuel chapter 22 now. Read verse 7 again.
2 book of Samuel, chapter 22, verse 7.
Read.
In my distress, I called upon the Lord.
In my distress, I called upon the Lord.
I cried to my God.
Read.
And he did hear my voice out of his temple.
Out of his temple. That's why King Solomon said, "All thy mighty way leap down from heaven." Read.
And my cry did enter into his ears.
And my cry did enter into his ears. Watch this.
Then the earth shook.
Then after that, remember it says, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me. So go down there and deliver my people from Pharaoh. That's what we're reading here. Is David says his cry entered into the ears of the Lord. And what did the Lord do? Read.
Then the earth shook.
The earth shook. What kind of weapon can shake the earth? Nuclear war. Read.
And trembled. The foundations of heaven moved and shook because he was wrong.
You see that thing? Read.
There went up a smoke out of his nostrils.
Listen, we just read in 2nd Ezra, that's the same thing. Because during the time of King David, this didn't happen. King David cried, he prayed to the Lord and all, but the Lord didn't do this. Read.
And fire out of his mouth devoured.
And what?
And fire out of his mouth devoured.
And fire out of his mouth devoured. Read.
Coals were kindled by it.
Read.
He bowed the heavens also.
He did what?
He bowed the heavens also.
That's why it says every eye shall see him. Because he was able to bow the heavens. Meaning he bent space and time. That's what we read. Read the verse again. They don't get it.
Come on, Samuel chapter 22, verse 10.
Read.
He bowed the heavens also and came down.
And did what?
And came down.
You see, before he came, he had to bow the heavens. He had to bend space. And then he came down. Revelation 1 verse 7. This is some heavy stuff, man.
The book of Revelation chapter 1 verse 7. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him.
And every eye shall see him. How is every eye going to see him? Go back to 2 Samuel 22, verse 10.
Second book of Samuel, chapter 22, verse 10.
Read.
He bowed the heavens also, and came down.
And what?
And came down.
And came down. Read.
And darkness was under his feet.
And darkness was under his feet. That's him entering into the earth. Read. That's what it says, and came down. Almighty word, leaped down from heaven. Read.
And he rode upon a cherub.
He rode upon a cherub. The chariot. Read.
And did fly.
And did what?
And did fly.
And did what?
And did fly.
And did fly. This didn't happen during the time of King David. Read.
And he was seen upon the wings of the wind.
Who saw him? Every eye saw him. It says every eye shall see him. Everybody saw him when he entered the earth. Because he says the earth bowed down. He bent space. Go ahead.
He made dark pavilions round about him.
He made darkness, he says, and he made darkness pavilions round about him, dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. This is war. It's not going to be a light day. He said that day shall be the day of darkness. Read, and not light. Read.
Through the brightness before him were coals of fire kindled.
You see that? It says coals of, that's what we read in 2nd Ezra. I need you men to understand what we're reading here. Okay? Now, go back. Exodus 15, read verse 7.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 11.
Read.
Who is like unto thee, O Lord, among the gods?
Read.
Who is like thee, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders?
Go ahead.
Thou stretchest out thy right hand, the earth swallowed it. Thou in thy mercy hast led forth the people, which thou hast redeemed. Thou hast guided them, thy strength, unto thy holy habitation.
No, that verse 18 right there. Give me Luke 168. That verse 13 is Luke 168 to 71. That's what we read. Pay close attention, brothers. Don't lose focus. Stay focused. Okay, read.
The book of Luke, chapter 1, verse 68.
Read.
Blessed be the Lord God of Israel.
Blessed be the Lord God of Israel. Come on.
For he has visited and redeemed his people. He has raised up an horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David.
Come on.
As he spake by the mouth of his holy prophet, which has been since the world began.
Read.
That we should be saved from our enemies.
That we should be saved from our enemies. Come on.
And from the hand of all that hate.
And from the hand of all that hate us. Read.
To perform the mercy promised to our Father. And to remember his holy covenant.
And to remember his holy covenant. Give me Isaiah 63 verse 4. I know you're not going to get it. You'll get it when you watch the class again. You'll get it. Read it. Isaiah 63 verse 4.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 63 verse 4.
Read.
For the day of vengeance is in my heart.
This is Christ speaking. He says, for the day of vengeance is in my heart. Go ahead.
And the year of my redeemed is come.
And the year of my redeemed is come. That's deliverance for Israel, our people. Okay? Exodus 15, read verse 14 now.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 14.
Read.
The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Palestine.
Palestine, that's the Arabs. So when the Lord is bringing war upon this earth, he says the Arabs are not going to work. They are not going to be unscathed. They are going to feel the wrath of the Lord coming down here. Because the Arab says the land of Israel is theirs. They're going to get it. You understand? Now, give me the book of, give me Psalms. No. I'm almost there. Lord's will. Okay. Give me that in Psalms 83 verse 1. We're going to read through verse 6. Why is he mentioning Palestine here? These are the Arabs, people. Why is he mentioning the Arabs? Read them.
The book of Psalms, chapter 83 verse 1.
Go ahead.
Keep not thou silent, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult.
The enemies of God make a tumult. That's what they need. The United States exist. That's why the United Nations exist. That's why the League of Nations, which is the same thing, that's why they exist. The EU, they exist because they want to destroy us. Read.
And they that hate thee,
they that hate God,
have lifted up the head.
They lifted up the head that they are God, that the angels are white, that the Jews are white, and that they are the people, the chosen people of God. That's how they lifted up the head. That's how they dealt wisely with us. Read.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
Wise counsel, read.
And consulted against thy hidden one.
Read.
They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation.
Let us cut them off from being a nation. Let us destroy them from being a nation. Go ahead.
That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
You see that thing? Read.
For they have consulted together with one consent.
Come on.
They are confederate against thee.
Read. Watch this. It's when I tell you who these nations are. Come on.
The tabernacles of Edom.
The tabernacles of Edom. That's the white man. He's number one on God's hit list. Read.
And the Ishmaelites.
And the what?
And the Ishmaelites.
That's Palestine. That's the Palestinians, the Arabs, the children of Ishmael. Now, go to, give me now Isaiah. Okay, Isaiah chapter 14, verse 29.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 29.
Go ahead.
Rejoice not thou, whole Palestine.
He says, rejoice not thou, whole Palestina. Meaning, don't rejoice, you Palestinians. You understand? Read.
Because the rod of him that for thee is broken.
It's because Amalek, because Jewish people in our land that call themselves Jews, because what? Yes, they are going to be smitten. Because the Arabs, they're going to work together with Iran to smite Amalek in our land. They're going to go to war. And the Palestinians will rejoice because why? The people that is their quote-unquote enemy has now been bombed. So they are going to rejoice about it. That's why China now is striking a deal for it took advantage of Ramadan. He said, listen, it's Ramadan. So China decided they're gonna bring Iran and Saudi Arabia on one table for conditions of peace. Because China is doing business with all of them. So what is that going to? That's what we're reading. Okay, read the verse again.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 29.
Read.
Rejoice not thou, O Palestine.
He says, don't rejoice, you Palestinians. Come on.
Because the rod of him that smote thee.
Because the rod of him that smote thee. Who is smiting the Palestinians? The Israelis. You understand? Jewish people in our land. Read.
Is broken.
They are broken. Read.
For out of the serpent's root.
Because out of the serpent's root. Who's the serpent? America. Read.
Shall come forth a cockatrice.
A cockatrice. A cockatrice is a poisonous snake. Read.
And his fruit shall be a fiery flying serpent.
A missile. Because they're gonna say America's gonna send a missile where? In Palestine. Remember, America protects Israel. But guess what? Saudi is gonna work with Iran to smite Israel, and America gonna get involved. You understand? Okay, let me see. Keep reading.
And the firstborn of the poor shall feed, and the needy shall lie down in safety. And I will kill thy root with famine, and ye shall slay the remnant.
You see that? The Lord says he's going to kill the Palestinians. He's going to kill the Arabs with famine and war. Read.
Howl, O gate. Cry, O city.
Read.
Thou old Palestine.
The Lord is telling you that he's going to destroy them. They are not going to be left unpunished. You understand? They've been oppressing us from 625 AD. You understand? They've been, 652 AD. They've been oppressing us since that time until now. Over 1,500 years. So they're going to go unscathed? No, they're going to get punished. Really?
Are dissolved. For they shall come forth from the north in smoke.
The north is North America. America will send a missile into Palestine. Really?
And none shall be alone in his appointed time.
You see that thing? Because guess what? They're not going to escape this. Now, give me Joel 3 verse 4. They're not going to go unpunished. So what in Exodus 15 is not what you thought, right? Okay, read.
The book of Joel, chapter 3, verse 4.
Read.
Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon?
Read.
And all the coast of Palestine.
And all the coast of Palestine. The Palestinians, go ahead.
And all the coast of Palestine, will ye render me a recompense?
Read.
And if ye recompense me, swiftly and speedily will I return your recompense upon your own head.
The Lord says He's going to destroy the Palestinians for what they did to us. You understand? Now, go back. Exodus 15. Verse 15.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 15.
Read.
Then the dukes of Edom.
The dukes of Edom. The dukes of Edom is the upper echelon of Edom. Teman is one of them. Amalek is one of them. You understand? The Ashkenaz, that's one of them. Those are the upper echelon of what? Of Esau. Teman is number one on this list. And Amalek comes second. Okay. Read.
Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling, shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away.
The Lord is going to destroy them with nuclear fire. Now, give me that in Numbers 24 verse 18. Numbers 24 verse 18. Watch this.
The book of Numbers, chapter 24, verse 18.
This is the dukes of Edom. Now watch this. Read.
And Edom shall be a possession.
Edom shall be a possession. We're going to possess them, and when their time, when we no longer need them anymore, they are going to be wiped out. Read.
Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies.
He says, Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies. Edom is Mount Seir. Read.
And Israel shall do
valiantly, meaning courageously, because what? The Lord is going to use us. After He's done, He says, go out now. Go out now, you fishers. No longer, hunters. We no longer fishers no more on this day. No, we are going to be hunters. No longer negotiating with the Negro with the mic no more. No, those days will be over. Okay? Now, keep reading.
Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city.
Read.
And when he looked on Amalek,
because remember it says the troops of Edom. This is Esau, the upper echelon of Esau, the nobles. Read.
He took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perisheth forever.
Oh, let's give the Lord a hand for that day. Amalek is Jewish people of today. God says Amalek is going to perish forever. That's music to my ears. God says Amalek is the Jewish people of today. When people calling themselves Jewish in our land, God says they are going to perish forever. Meaning what? The time will come when they will no longer be on this earth. That's beautiful. Because they are not written in the book of life. I said something. Now, yeah, that's it on that. That's it on that. Exodus 15 now. No, Exodus 24. No, Numbers 24 verse 14. Jump up to verse 14. Because it mentioned Edom and Moab. Moab is China. Okay.
The book of Numbers, chapter 24, verse 14.
Read.
And now behold, I'll go unto my people. Come therefore, and I will advertise thee what these people shall do to thy people in the latter days.
So this is Balak. Okay. No, this is Balaam speaking to Balak. Go ahead.
And he took up his parable and said, Balaam the son of Moab.
He says, I'm gonna show what these people shall do unto thy people in the latter days. So he's prophesying about now, the last days. Read.
I said, and the man whose eyes are open has said, he has said, which heard the word of God, and knew the knowledge of the Messiah, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open.
Read.
I shall see.
This is Balaam speaking. He says, I shall see him. Talk about who? Christ. Read.
But not now.
But not right now. Because during this time, it wasn't the time. Read.
I shall behold him, but not now.
But not close, because he's not my people. Read.
There shall come a star out of Jacob.
There shall come a star out of Jacob. A star. Remember it says we saw a star in Matthew when Christ was born? There shall come a star out of Jacob. Read.
And a scepter shall rise out of Israel.
A scepter. A king. Read.
And shall smite the corners of Moab.
And he shall smite the corners of Moab. Meaning Moab is going to feel nuclear war. They're going to smite the corners of Moab. Go ahead.
And destroy all the children of Shem.
All praises. Now, give me Isaiah 15 verse 1.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 15, verse 1.
Read.
The burden of Moab, because in the night hour,
come on.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 15, verse 1. The burden of Moab, because in the night hour of Moab is laid waste.
Moab is going to be laid waste. Go ahead.
And brought to silence.
Brought to silence because they are talking too much right now against us. Read.
Because in the night here of Moab is laid waste. And brought to silence.
And brought to silence because they are very proud and exceedingly so. Okay? Go ahead.
He is gone up to Bajed and to Dibon, to Dibon, the high places to weep. Moab shall howl over Nebo.
You see that? Moab shall howl over Nebo. Nebo, that's the place of idolatry. And this place where came out Nebo, go ahead.
And over Medeba. And all their heads shall be bald.
Meaning they're gonna mourn because they're gonna get destroyed. Read.
And every beard cut off.
You see that? They're gonna be ashamed. Come on.
In their streets shall they get themselves with sackcloth.
They're gonna be mourning. Read.
On the tops of their houses and in their streets, everyone shall howl, weeping abundantly.
Because of nuclear war. a nuclear fallout. That's what we're reading in verse 5.
Verse 5. My heart shall cry out for Moab. His fugitives shall flee unto Zoar.
Remember Zoar, that's where the Lord went. Read.
And Heber of 3 years old, for by the mountain up of Luhi, with weeping shall they go eat up. For in the way of Horonaim, they shall rise up a cry of destruction.
The Moab is going to be destroyed. That's what Isaiah is prophesying. Okay, let's say now, come on.
Verse 8. For the cry is gone round about the borders of Moab.
Remember what we read in Numbers 24. It says, he shall smite the corners of Moab. That's what we're reading in. Read it again.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 15, verse 8. For the cry is gone round about the borders of Moab.
The corners of Moab, read.
The howling therefore unto Iglaim.
Iglaim, read.
And the howling therefore unto Beerlim.
Read.
For the waters of thy mouth shall be full of blood. For I will bring more upon thy mouth, lions upon him that escapeth of Moab, and upon the remnant of the land.
He's telling you, says he's going to lay Moab waste. Okay? Now, go back. And the question is, why is the Most High going to do this to Moab? That's the question. He mentioned the Arabs. He mentioned Israel. We know why. Why is he mentioning Moab on this one? You know, study. I went over this many months ago. Okay. Hey, Jerome.
So, I think it had to do with the pride of Moab on what he did to the children of Israel. As now, even now, they're taking over part of the land where we are.
I mean, there's a judgment in Numbers what they did. They say give their women that part, right? But there's something else regarding this final judgment that's coming. Why is the Lord holding on Moab like this? Why is it? Why is he holding on Moab like this? What's the reason behind it?
Shalom, sir.
Hey, Shalom.
Sir, I think it's because of the witchcraft, sir. Because as we read Numbers, Balaam and Barak are back, and today their witchcraft is TikTok and all the technology that comes from the side to destroy us, to keep us distracted.
Okay, so stand up, stand right here. So let's use TikTok. Okay, what's happening with TikTok right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The videos there, they show promiscuity of our people, and according to the worldly news, I've seen they're saying we're going to ban TikTok.
Where are they banning TikTok?
In America, sir.
Okay. So, but how was TikTok allowed for so long in the US?
So I think because it aids in helping to forward the affliction of the Israelites.
Lukewarm. Has that not been tried?
Shalom, sir.
Hey, Shalom.
Sir, I think, sir, the reason it was allowed for so long, sir, is true. Because it was keeping us asleep, the Israelites.
Okay, but let's think about it. Which country in Asia wants to be like America militarily?
It's more.
No.
North Korea, sir.
No.
Shalom, sir.
Shalom.
Yes, sir. I think it's Russia, sir.
Russia. Russia wants to be like America militarily. Who wants to be like America technologically? More. You see that thing?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, brothers, have a seat. Get 2 Ezra now, chapter 15, verse 45. 2 Ezra chapter 15, verse 45. Watch this. Start verse 46.
Second book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 26.
Read.
And thou Asia.
Thou what?
And thou Asia.
Remember, Asia is many countries. Russia is part of Asia. Turkmenistan is part of Asia. Iran is part of Asia. Read.
That are partaker of the hope of Babylon.
He says, you are a partaker of the hope of Babylon. What is Babylon's hope? To rule forever and to deceive the whole earth. Read.
And at the glory of a person.
He says, and you are the glory of a person. Because look at China. China no longer have those huts like buildings. They have skyscrapers now. They even wear suits and tie to go to work now. They no longer wear kimonos and all that. Read.
Woe be unto thee, thou wretch.
You see, woe be unto thee, thou wretch. Read.
Because thou hast made thyself like unto her.
That part right there. Because you have made yourself like unto her. This particularly going to Moab. Read.
And hast decked thy daughters in wardrobe.
You see that? You have decked your daughters in wardrobe. You know the amount of plastic surgery and transgender surgery that takes place in China? So many. They are the ones that are here in Zanzibar for shopping. There are so many of them. Read.
That they might please and glory in thy love.
You see that? They please and glory in their lovers. Read on.
Which have always desired to commit whoredom with thee.
You see that they said they always desire to commit whoredom with America. Go ahead. That's why when Donald Trump came into office, he started to push China out. You understand? Read.
Thou hast followed it, that is hated in all their works and inventions.
Because they are following them. That's why it's made in China, made in China, made in China, made in China. Read.
Therefore, saith God, I will send plagues upon thee.
The Lord says, I'm going to send plagues upon thee. The COVID, read.
Widow.
The Wuhan virus, they say, they call it. Read.
Poverty.
Poverty, come on.
Famine.
Famine.
Sword.
War.
And pestilence.
And pestilence, diseases. Read.
To waste thy houses with destruction and death.
The Lord says it's going to waste their houses of Moab with destruction and death. You will smite the corners of Moab. That's what we read. Okay, go back to Exodus 15. Exodus 15, read verse 16 now.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 16.
Read.
Fear and dread shall fall upon them.
The nations that we just read about here. Read.
By the greatness of thine arm, they shall be as still as a stone. Till thy people pass over.
Till thy people do what?
Till thy people pass over.
Remember, we're still explaining the Passover. Read the verse again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 16.
Read.
Fear and dread shall fall upon them.
He says, fear and dread shall fall upon them because the Lord will execute judgment upon them. Read.
By the greatness of thine arm, they shall be as still as a stone. Till thy people pass over.
Till your people pass over, O Lord. Read.
O Lord. Till the people pass over. Which thou hast purged.
Which thou hast what?
Which thou hast purged.
Give me Acts 20, verse 28. Understand what's going on here. Don't be sleeping up in here. Okay? Read what you got.
The book of Acts, chapter 20, verse 28.
Read.
Take heed therefore unto yourself.
Take heed therefore unto yourself. Come on.
And to all the flock.
And to all the sheep. Read.
Over the which the Holy Ghost has made yourself over.
And made you overseers. Come on.
Over the which the Holy Ghost has made you overseers.
Read.
To feed the church of God.
To feed the church of God. Come on.
Which he has purchased.
Which he has what?
Which he has purchased.
Which he has what?
Which he has purchased.
Which he has purchased. Come on.
With his own blood.
With his own blood. Because Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us. Go back.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 16. Fear and dread shall fall upon them. By the greatness of thine arm, they shall be as still as a stone.
Read.
Till thy people pass over, O Lord. Till the people pass over. Which thou hast purchased.
Which thou hast purchased. Okay? Now watch this. Give me the book of Isaiah chapter 31, verse 1. We read this earlier. This is how we are going to pass. The Lord will pass over us. This is how he's going to do it. We read earlier. But I only read up to verse 3. Isaiah 31, verse 1 again.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 31, verse 1.
Read.
Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help, and stay on horses, and trust in chariots, because they are lazy, and in horsemen, because they are very strong. But they do not answer the Holy One of Israel.
Read.
Neither seek the Lord.
Go ahead.
Yet he also is wise.
The Lord is wise. Come on.
And will bring evil, and will not call back his soul his ways, but will arise against the house of the evildoer.
That's the house of Edom, America. Come on.
And against the help of them that work iniquity.
Because the America's allies. Read.
Now the Egyptians are men and not God, and their horses flesh and not beast. When the Lord shall stretch out his hand, for he that helpeth shall fall, and he that is holpen shall fall down, and they all shall fail together.
Read.
For thus hath the Lord spoken unto me, like as the lion and the young lion roaring on his prey.
You see that thing? It says the Lord has spoken to me like as a lion roaring for his prey. Because, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go there. Keep going.
When a multitude of shepherds is called forth against him,
the multitude of shepherds that is called forth against him is the Christian church. You understand? The false prophets. Read.
You will not be afraid of their voice.
He's not going to be afraid of their voice. This also goes into what? Their military too. That's the multitude of their shepherds. He's not going to be afraid of them. Read.
Nor abase himself for the noise of them.
He says he's not going to abase himself for their noise. Because during the time of Rome, he did that. He says, who was reviled? Reviled not again. You understand? But this time, there's no holding back. Read.
So shall the Lord of hosts come down to fight Mount Zion, and for the hill thereof.
Read.
As birds fly.
As what?
As birds fly.
This is how the Lord is going to pass over us. As birds flying, read.
So will the Lord of hosts defend Jerusalem.
So will the Lord of hosts defend Jerusalem. Come on.
Defending also, he will deliver it.
Defending also, as the Lord is defending us, he will deliver us at the same time. You understand? Read.
And passing over.
And what?
And passing over.
And passing over.
He will preserve.
He will preserve Jerusalem. Verse 9. Come on.
Verse 9. And he shall pass over to his stronghold for fear. And his princes shall be afraid of the inside.
Read.
Saith the Lord, whose fire is in Zion.
Whose fire is in Zion. Come on.
And his furnace in Jerusalem.
His furnace in Jerusalem. Give me that thing now. Now go back to Exodus 15 verse 19. Actually, it's not verse 18. Pay attention. There's enough.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 18.
Read.
The Lord shall reign forever and ever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots, and with his horsemen into the sea. And the Lord brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea.
You see that thing? This is deliverance of Israel. This is deliverance for Israel. Verse 19, one more again. I'm going to show you something.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 19.
Read.
For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariot, and with his horsemen into the sea.
Into the sea, come on.
And the Lord brought again the waters of the sea upon them.
The Lord brought again the waters of the sea upon them. This is aerial warfare. Read.
But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea.
He says, we went on dry land in the midst of the sea. How did that happen? Come up here. Give me Jeremiah 51 verse 13. Watch this.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51, verse 18.
Read.
O thou that dwellest upon many waters.
Thou that dwellest upon many waters. Who's there? Jump up to verse 1.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51, verse 1.
Read.
Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will raise up against Babylon.
Against who?
Against Babylon.
Jump down to verse 18. Now we know who he's making reference to. Come on.
Verse 18. O thou that dwellest upon many waters.
You that dwellest upon many waters, they are in everybody's land. Again. Read.
Abundant in treasures.
They are abundant. This is the land. America is the land that is abundant in treasures that they've stolen from us. Read.
Thine end is come.
Thine end is come.
And the measure of thy covetousness.
And the measure of America's covetousness has reached unto heaven. Okay, go ahead.
The Lord of hosts, the Son by himself, said, surely I will fill thee with men, as with caterpillars, and they shall lift up a shout against thee.
They're going to lift up a shout against the meaning what? They're going to bring war upon America. When the Lord moved their spirits to do so. The EU is one of them. Go ahead.
He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom.
Read.
He has stretched out the heaven by his understanding.
You see, he says he stretched out the heavens by his understanding. So when you stretch something, you really can bend it back. Think. The heavens were bowed. Then he leaped down, and every eye shall see. He bent space. That's what we read here. The prophets are all saying the same thing. Read.
When he uttered his voice, there is a multitude of waters in the heaven.
He says, when he uttered his voice, there is a what?
There is a multitude of waters in the heaven. And he causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth.
Read.
He maketh lightning to rain, and bringeth forth the wind out of his treasure.
So the Lord, when he comes down, he's not coming to play. So what we're reading here, Jeremiah is saying the same. Habakkuk is saying the same thing. When the Lord measured the earth, you see how much he needs to destroy the people upon the earth, so it doesn't destroy the earth itself. Okay? Okay, that's it on there. Go back to Exodus. Okay? verse 19 again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 19.
Read.
For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea, and the Lord brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea.
They went on dry land in the midst of the sea. The sea, number one, makes reference to the nation. The sea, number two, makes reference to the sea below and the sea above, the firmament. You understand? Because remember, the International Space Station is up there in space. They went above the firmament. So they are up there. So there's going to be war up there, there's going to be war down here too. Because when the Lord comes down, those things are going to be destroyed also. They're going to fall off like a leaf falling off a fig tree. Okay, now give me Revelation chapter 11 verse 12. I'm going to show you what it means when it says, give us first give me Isaiah 17 verse 12 to explain the sea and the waters and the floods. Because King David explained it in 2 Samuel 22. Some of you might have caught it, some of you might have missed it. Read that.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 17, verse 12.
Read.
Woe to the multitude of many people.
Woe to the multitude of many people, come on.
Which maketh a noise, like the noise of the sea.
You see that? Read.
And to the rushing of nations.
Read.
That make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters.
You see that? So the sea, they make a reference to the multitude of nations. Okay, go back. I'm going to show you that here, Moses is not making it plain. He's actually saying a hard saying. Read it. Exodus 15 verse 19 again. That last part I'm gonna touch on.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 19.
Read.
For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots, and with his horsemen into the sea. And the Lord brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea.
They went on dry land in the midst of the sea. So that midst of the sea is talking about what? They went up. Remember, this is distraction taking place here. When distraction is taking place, what's going to happen to us? I need you men to think. What's going to happen when distraction comes? Because it's going to be nuclear war. How are we going to escape it? Because we don't have underground bunkers. Revelation 11 verse 12.
The book of Revelation, chapter 11, verse 12.
Read.
And they had a great voice from heaven saying unto them.
They had a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come on.
Come up hither.
Come up what?
Come up hither.
Come up hither. Come up hither in the midst of the sea below the firmament. Go ahead.
and they ascended up to heaven in a cloud.
You see that? Which heaven is this? The firmament, the sea below the firmament, that's the heaven he's talking about. Who's going to be taken up in the chariots. That's what he's talking about here. Okay? Go ahead.
And their enemies beheld them.
And their enemies beheld them. The nations are going to be looking at us when we go up. Right in the midst of the destruction. That's why it says, come in the midst of the land of destruction. Because when Christ looked down, there was already war taking place here on earth. So when he comes down in the midst of destruction, he's coming down to do what? To deliver his children and then now to set their fire on their behalf. That's what he's going to do. Okay. Okay, what verse you in?
Revelation 11.
Yeah, read 11 and 12.
The book of Revelation, chapter 11, verse 12.
Read.
And they had a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud.
Read.
And their enemies beheld them.
Go ahead.
And the same hour was there a great earthquake.
You see that? The same hour there was that earthquake is boom. Read.
And the 10th part of the city fell.
Read.
And in the earthquake was slain of men 7,000. And the remnant was affrighted and gave glory to the God of heaven.
That's Lord's will, that's all of us. Go ahead.
The second war is past.
Whoa, listen, the second war is past. This is World War II. It says it's past. So when this is taking place, what war are we in? The third war, World War III. That's what's taking place right now. Go ahead.
Behold, the third war cometh quick. And the seventh angel sounded, and there were great voices in heaven saying, the kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. That's what we're reading here. Read.
And of his Christ. And ye shall reign forever and ever.
That's what we just read was in Exodus 15. It says the Lord will reign forever and ever. That's what we just read. Okay. Now, give me Hosea. Give me Hosea 1 verse 11. Because what we just read now is Hosea saying the same thing. Okay. I'm just showing you the prophets, they always spoke the same thing. Hosea 1 verse 11.
The book of Hosea, chapter 1 verse 11.
Come on.
Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel.
The children of Judah is southern kingdom, and the children of Israel is northern kingdom. In the New Testament, they call them Gentiles. Jews and Gentiles, Judah and Israel. Read.
Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together.
Be gathered together, come on.
And appoint themselves one head.
That one head is our Lord and Savior, the Christ. Read.
And they shall come up out of the land.
They shall what?
And they shall come up out of the land.
They're going to come up out of the land. Which land? The land of destruction. Read.
For great shall be the day of Jezreel.
Great shall be the day of our deliverance. The Passover. When the Lord shall pass over, he will deliver us, he will preserve it. He will preserve us. Okay? Now, Exodus 15, read verse 20.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 20.
Watch this.
And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances.
Remember, it says this was a song in verse 1. You forgot. This was the song. We just sang the song to you. This whole time, the song was being sung unto you. We don't do hymns up in here. Now, the songs is the breakdown. That's how we sing it. In the church, they just read what they don't know what they're saying. You understand? Go ahead.
And Miriam answered them, sing ye to the Lord.
Sing ye to the Lord.
For ye have triumphed gloriously.
For ye have triumphed gloriously. Come on.
The horse and his rider have been thrown into the sea.
You see that? Where did we just read them? In Jeremiah 51. So Miriam wasn't talking about he wasn't talking about during the time of the Egyptians. She's prophet, that was his Miriam the prophetess. She was prophesying. Okay? This is when she was in her right mind. Okay? Not when she was turned to a leper. She was leprous because she was demonic. Okay. Read that verse again.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 21.
Watch this.
And Miriam answered them, "Sing ye to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he thrown into the sea."
The horse and his rider had he thrown into the sea. Is that it on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, watch this. Give me Revelation 21, verse 8. Give me Revelation 20, verse 10. You know what? There's something we read in Joel 3, verse 9 through 18. It's being repeated in Revelation chapter 20. Revelation 20, verse 10. Which one did I say get me now?
Revelation 20.
Revelation 20, verse 10. Okay, read that. No, Revelation 14. Because it was in my notes and I didn't read it. Now I know why. This was the time to do it. Revelation chapter 14, read verse 8, we're going to jump.
The book of Revelation, chapter 14, verse 8. And there followed another angel, saying, "Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she made all the nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication."
So this is the judgment of America. Huh? Read verse 15 now.
Verse 15.
Now start verse 14.
Verse 14. And I looked, and behold, a white cloud.
A what?
A white cloud.
This is the chariot. Read.
And upon the cloud, one sat like unto the Son of Man.
It says the Son of Man is on the chariot. Read.
Having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle.
You see that? He's coming for war. He is coming for war. Read.
And another angel came out of the temple, crying with a loud voice to him that sat on the cloud, "Thrust in thy sickle."
He says, "Thrust in thy sickle," come on,
"and reap."
And reap, meaning kill. Read.
"For the time is come for thee to reap."
Listen, remember, he's been waiting this whole time to bring vengeance. Now, guess what? Because remember, he says, even he doesn't know when he's coming down. So who's going to tell him to do it? The Most High is the one that's going to say, "Okay, my son, go down." Read.
"But the harvest of the earth is ripe."
For the harvest of the earth is ripe. Meaning, go down there and judge. Go down there and kill. Go down there and experience that therapy that you've been waiting for this whole time. Thousands and thousands of years, like, I've been waiting for this. Okay, read.
"And he that sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was heaped. And another angel came out of the temple, which is in heaven, he also having a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the altar, which had power over fire."
This angel had power over fire. Read.
"And cried with a loud cry to him that had a sharp sickle."
Because when it says he had power over fire, remember, angels can stand in the sun. Revelation 19. Revelation chapter 19. Read verse 17.
The book of Revelation chapter 19, verse 17.
Go ahead.
"And I saw an angel standing in the sun."
Standing in the what?
Standing in the sun.
No, next to the sun.
Standing in the sun.
In the sun. So this angel has power over the fire, over fire. Okay, go back. 14 verse 18.
The book of Revelation chapter 14, verse 18.
Read.
And another angel came out of the altar, from the altar, which had power over fire, and cried with a loud cry to him that had the sharp sickle, saying, "Thrust in thy sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth."
It says, gather the clusters of the vine of the earth. 2 verse 9. 2 Ezra chapter 9. These are not in my notes, so they are coming up as I'm going with this now. 2 Ezra 9 verse 20. Watch this.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 9, verse 20. "So I considered the well, and behold, there was peril because of the devices that were cast into it.
Read.
And I saw and spared it greatly, and it kept me a grape of the cluster.
It says, and it kept me a grape of the cluster. That grape of the cluster is the remnant, the elect of Israel. Read.
And a plant of a great people.
Read.
Let the multitude perish them, which was born in vain. And let my grape be kept.
And let my grape be kept. Come on.
And my plant, for with great labor have I made it perfect.
Read.
Nevertheless, if thou wilt see yet 7 days more.
Okay, that's it on there. Now go back. 14 verse 19.
The book of Revelation, chapter 14, verse 19.
Watch this.
And the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth, and gathered the vine of the earth, and cast it into the great wine press of the wrath of God.
You see, the great wine press. What is a wine press? Wine press is the blood of the grapes. Eh? The blood of the grapes, what color? Red. Okay? Red.
And the wine press was trodden without the seed. And the blood came out of the wine press.
Because somebody might be saying online, but they are green grapes. Listen, I'm not a Negro. Now, verse 20 is clarifying with which grapes was used then. Negro. Read it.
The book of Revelation, chapter 14, verse 20.
Read.
And the wine press was trodden without the seed.
Read.
And the blood came out of the wine press.
Is it the wine press was trodden outside of the city, but the blood came into the city. How much blood was this? Read.
Even unto the horse bridles.
The bridle of a horse. The bridle of a horse isn't the thing that you pull the horse with. So that means when the horse is standing, the height of the pool of blood got to what? To the mouth of a horse. Read.
Even unto the horse bridle.
Even unto the horse's bridle, come on.
By the space of 1,600 fathoms.
That's the measurement. That's how high, how much blood was there. You understand? Give me Revelation 19. I'm almost done. I know I've been saying that, but I am almost done. Okay, Revelation chapter 19, verse 13.
The book of Revelation, chapter 19, verse 18.
Remember, the angel is telling Christ, go down there because the earth is ripe for you to destroy. Now, after he's reaped the harvest, it says the blood was so high that it got to the horse's bride. Judgment. Read.
The book of Revelation, chapter 19, verse 18.
Come on.
And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood.
You see that? So now you know how he was swimming in the pool of blood. Why was his clothes dripping with blood? Because Christ didn't take off his garment and dip it in a pool of blood. No. He was doing the kingdom. He was doing the business. He was giving the nations Edom, Timon, Palestine, Moab. He was giving them their beats. You understand? Read.
And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood. And his name is called the Word of God.
You see that? His name is called the Word of God. That's how he's going to judge and make war. Okay? So, Revelation 20, verse 10.
The book of Revelation, chapter 20, verse 10.
Read.
And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire.
And the devil that deceived them was what?
Was cast into the lake of fire.
Into the what?
Into the lake of fire.
Into the lake of fire. What does fire look like? It's red. Read.
And brimstone.
And brimstone, come on.
Where the beast and the false prophet are. And shall be tormented day and night forever and ever.
Yo, that's some heavy stuff. This is the judgment of the great war. You understand? Revelation 21, verse 8.
The book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 8.
Go ahead.
But the fearful and unbelieving, and the abominable, and meddlers, and warmongers, and sorcerers, and idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death.
That's the second death. That lake of fire was created by what? Nuclear war. It's gonna, because right now you see a lake of water. You see the Atlantic Ocean filled. No. On this day, it's gonna be so bad that it's gonna look like a lake that has fire in it. That's the amount of blood that is gonna be taking place. Because the Lord has a sacrifice in Boston. The Lord is a sacrifice thousand. So guess what? The Lord is coming to bring forth. He's coming for a sacrifice. That's it. You understand? Yes, now give me Exodus 15 verse 4.
The book of Exodus, chapter 15, verse 4. Pharaoh's chariot and his host as he cast into the sea.
And he says what?
Pharaoh's chariot and his host as he cast into the sea.
And he cast into the sea, come on.
His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea.
You see that thing? We see is that. We just read. Connect the dots. Okay. Connect the dots. Give me that in Zephaniah 1. Zephaniah chapter 1. Read verse 14.
The book of Zephaniah chapter 1 verse 14. The great day of the Lord is near. It is near. And hasted greatly. Even the voice of the day of the Lord. The mighty man shall cry there bitterly. That day is the day of wrath.
Is the day of what?
That day is the day of wrath.
Is the day of wrath of the Lord coming upon this earth. Come on.
A day of trouble and distress.
Read.
A day of wasteness and desolation. A day of darkness and gloominess. A day of clouds and deep darkness.
Verse 17.
Verse 17. I will bring distress upon men, that they shall walk like blind men, because they have sinned against the Lord, and their blood
and their what?
And their blood
and their what?
And their blood
come on
shall be poured out as dust, and their flesh as the dust.
All praises to the Most High God. All praises to the Lord. Give me Jeremiah 51 verse 21.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51, verse 21. And with thee will I break in pieces the horse and his rider.
That's what the Lord is saying you will do. Come on, when we become hunters. Read.
And with thee will I break in pieces the chariot and his rider.
Go ahead. Is that it on that?
Yes, sir.
Verse 24.
Verse 24.
This is the reason why he's saying what he's saying. Verse 24 is the point. Come on.
And I will render unto Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea all their evil that they have done in Zion in your sight, saith the Lord.
Read.
Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain.
The destroying mountain is Babylon the Great. You understand? Read is the kingdom of destruction. Read.
Saith the Lord, which destroyeth all the earth. And I will stretch out mine hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and will make thee a burnt mountain.
He says he will what?
And will make thee a burnt mountain.
He says, I'm going to make you a burnt mountain. That's why he says the lake of fire. Read.
And they shall not take of thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundation, but thou shalt be desolate forever, saith the Lord.
Read.
Set ye up a standard in the land, blow the trumpet among the nations.
That's what we're doing. We blow the trumpet among the nations. Read.
Prepare the nations against it.
That's what we read in Joel. Read.
Call together against her.
It says call together against her. The head is Babylon, the burnt mountain. It says call against her what? A kingdom, the kingdoms of what?
Call together against her the kingdoms of Ararat.
Ararat is in Turkey. Read.
Mina.
Mini is Armenia. Go ahead.
Ashkenaz.
That's Germany. Read.
Appoint a captain against them, cause the horses to come up as a rough caterpillar.
The horses is talking about what? Nations coming to make war with it. Read.
Prepare against the nations with the kings of the region.
That's Iran. Read.
The captains thereof, and all the rulers thereof, and all the land of his dominion.
Read.
And the land shall tremble and sorrow.
Come on.
For every purpose of the Lord shall be performed against Babylon. To make the land of Babylon a desolation without inhabitant.
Oh, please. Read on. Read on.
The mighty men of Babylon have forborne to fight. They have remained in their home. Their might and faith.
Their might and faith, meaning their technological advancements and all that, they are all going to fail. Read.
They become as women. They have burned their dwelling places. Their bars are broken.
You see that? Their bars are broken. Americans want to be white, brothers. Read.
One post shall run to meet another, and one messenger to meet another, to show the king of Babylon that his city is taken to an end.
You see that thing? Read.
And that the passages are stopped, and the reeds they have burned with fire,
Read.
and the men of war are affrighted. But thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor.
You see that the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor, where they have the reapers, they harvest. Remember what we read in Revelation 14, what the angel was told to say to Christ? Okay, read.
It is time to thresh, yet a little while, and the time to a harvest shall come.
Read. Jump down to verse 35.
Verse 35. The violence done to me, and to my flesh be upon Babylon.
He says, the violence done to me and to my flesh be upon Babylon. When did Babylon do violence to Christ? When did they do it? Revelation 11 verse 8. Read it.
The book of Revelation chapter 11 verse 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city,
Read.
which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt,
Read.
where also our Lord was crucified.
That part right there. Where also our Lord was crucified. Because they crucified his image. That's why when you say Jesus, a white man comes up. When you Google angels, a naked white baby pops up. You Google God, another naked white man pops up. You Google Adam, another white man pops up. Who's naked? You understand? And then you have the biggest of them all, Christianity. The biggest false prophet on this earth. Okay? So go back. Jeremiah 51 verse 35.
The book of Jeremiah chapter 51 verse 35. The violence done to me and to my flesh be upon Babylon, shall the inhabitants of Zion say, and my blood upon the inhabitants of Chaldea.
When it says my flesh, is talking about us now, Israelites. Okay, Deuteronomy 28 verse 15 to 68. That's what he's going to talk about.
The violence done to me and to my flesh be upon Babylon, shall the inhabitants of Zion say, and my blood upon the inhabitants of Chaldea. Shall Jerusalem say.
Shall Jerusalem say. Go ahead.
Therefore, thus says the Lord, behold, I will plead thy cause.
The Lord says he will plead our cause, come on.
And take vengeance for thee.
And take vengeance for us, come on.
And I will dry up her sea.
The Lord says he will dry up Babylon's seas.
And make his springs dry.
And make his springs dry. Come on.
And Babylon shall become heath.
Babylon shall become heath. Read.
A dwelling place for dragons.
A dwelling place for dragons. Read.
An astonishment. And a heath without any inhabitants.
Without any inhabitants. Come on.
They shall roar together like lions. They shall yell as lions roar.
Read.
In their heat I will make their feet. And I will.
It says, in their heat I will make their feasts. That's the sacrifice. Read.
And I will make them drunken, and that they may rejoice and sleep in perpetual sleep.
They mean they're going to be wiped out. Read.
And not wake, says the Lord.
Read.
And I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter.
Because he was brought like as a lamb to the slaughter. Come on, stay focused. He says he was what? Read that verse again.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51, verse 40.
Read.
I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter.
Because that's what was done to him. He was brought down as a lamb to the slaughter. Read.
Like rams with he goats.
You see that? Like rams with he goats. That the Lord says he will plead our cause, brothers and sisters. Understand? That's what it means. The Lord our Passover. This right here, what we just read in these four couple of verses, this is the Passover of the Lord. This is the second Exodus. You understand? Understand that thing. Give me Isaiah 34 and then I'm going to close it. Isaiah 34, read verse 6. Start verse 5. Start verse 4. Some good stuff here.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 34, verse 4.
Read.
And all the hosts of heaven shall be dissolved.
All the hosts of heaven shall be dissolved. Their host of heaven, that's their satellites up there, the International Space Station, not all of them. Read.
And the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll.
That mushroom cloud of what? Of a nuclear bomb. Read.
And all their hosts shall fall down.
Their hosts shall fall down. Read.
As the leaf falleth off from the vine.
You see that? Read.
And as the falling fig from the fig tree.
You see that? Remember when, I think Transformers, I might be the second one, when it says Decepticons mobilized. The first attack was the satellite. You understand? So Israel knows, he's reading it from here. Read.
For my soul shall be bathed in heaven.
My soul shall be bathed in heaven. Come on.
Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea.
It shall come down upon Idumea. Read.
And upon the people of my care to judge.
To judgment. Come on.
The sword of the Lord is filled with blood.
That's the sacrifice. That's the Passover. That's the second Exodus here. Read.
It is made fat with fatness, and with the blood of the lambs and goats.
You see, with the blood of the lambs and goats, this is a sacrifice that the Lord is going to perform in Boza, in the United States of America. Read.
With the fat of the kidneys of rams. For the Lord has a sacrifice in Boza.
There it is. The Lord has a sacrifice in Boza. That's the Passover. Read.
And a great slaughter in the land of Idumea.
A great slaughter. The slaughter will be so great that the blood will get to the horse's bridle. Read.
And the unicorns shall come down with them.
Read.
And the bullocks with their bulls. And their land shall be soaked with blood. And their dust made fat with fat.
Because that's what we just read in Jeremiah. Read.
For it is the day of the Lord's vengeance.
That's right, come on.
And the year of recompenses for the controversy of Zion.
For the controversy of Zion. Come on.
And the streets thereof shall be turned into pitch.
Pitch black because of what? Nuclear fallout. Read.
And the dust thereof into brimstone.
That's what we read in Revelation 21 verse 20. Revelation 20 verse 10. Revelation 21 verse 8. Read.
And the land thereof shall become burning pitch.
The land thereof shall become burning pitch. And I will make you a burnt mountain. That's what he's saying right there. That's what he's saying. That's some heavy stuff, man. This is beautiful. Read.
It shall not be quenched night nor day.
It says that fire will not be quenched night nor day. Meaning nobody will be able to put that fire out. As a remembrance of what happened to Babylon the Great. When we are in Jerusalem, we're going to look up, we're going to see it. Read.
The smoke thereof shall go up forever. From generation to generation, it shall lie waste. None shall pass through it forever and ever.
You see that thing? All praises to the Most High God. Let's give the Lord a hand for that thing. Woo! All praises. Let's break bread. Sisters, you ready? Okay. Okay, you can deliver the wine and all that, and then we will break bread. All praises to the Lord. I know I've been saying it. The class when I end, does that now? The class, yes, it has come to an end. It has come to an end. Okay. Maybe there's something I might touch on. You're not ready for marathon, are you? Yes. Yes. Go back to second Samuel now. Go back there. You be ready with the volume. Second Samuel. First, give me Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18, man. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18. They found the video, they redeemed themselves. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18. Read verse 15. Watch this.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 18, verse 15.
Go ahead.
Thine almighty way.
Thine almighty way. Come on.
Leap down from heaven.
Leap down from heaven. Come on.
Out of thy royal throne. As a fierce man of war.
As a fierce man of war. That's what we read in Revelation 19. Read.
Into the midst of a land of destruction.
Into the midst of the land of destruction. Babylon the Great. 2 Samuel 22 now. Verse 7. Watch this.
Second book of Psalms, chapter 22, verse 7.
Read.
In my distress, I called upon the Lord and cried to my God, And he did hear my voice out of his temple.
Out of his temple. That's why he leaped down from heaven, from his holy temple. Read.
And my cry did enter into his ear.
Meaning the Lord heard our affliction. Read.
Then the earth shook and trembled.
The earth shook and trembled. Read.
The foundations of heaven moved and shook.
Because what type of weapon can move the earth out of its axis? A nuclear bomb. Isaiah 13:13. You got it?
The book of Isaiah, chapter 18, verse 18.
What's this?
Therefore, I will shake the heavens, and the earth shall be moved out of a place.
You see that? The earth shall be moved out of the place. Is that it on that?
No, sir.
Read.
In the wrath of the Lord of hosts, and in the day of his fierce anger.
That's it. Is that it on that?
Yes, sir.
Go back 2 Samuel 22. Okay. Verse 9.
Second book of Samuel, chapter 22, verse 9.
Read.
There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured.
Read.
Coals were kindled by him.
Come on.
He bowed the heavens also.
He did what?
He bowed the heavens also.
He bent space. He bowed the heavens, meaning he bent space. Go ahead.
And came down.
After he did that, he came down so that every eye shall see him. That's why we must be able to ask ourselves, how is everybody going to see him? Reading is fundamental. Keep going.
And darkness was under his feet.
And darkness was under his feet. Read.
He rode upon a cherub.
He rode upon a cherub, come on.
And did fly.
And did what?
And did fly.
He leaped down upon the earth. Read.
And he was seen upon the wings of the wind.
He was seen upon the wings of the wings of the wind. Now play the video. Play the video now. No, there's no sound. Wait. There's no sound. Back. Right. Now remember, Israel. That's what you see them here on the warship at sea. Now just take it down just a bit. The volume, just a little bit. Okay, play. Look at that thing, man. Look at him. Just a bit. Go back a little bit.
Revenge is mine.
We wanted to hear the whole thing. What did he say? Yes, please, we want to hear it.
Revenge is mine.
Now, what you are saying here, Esau didn't imagine this. No, they get it from the Bible. That's it right there. Leaping down from heaven with a staff. Can you imagine Caesar Borgia saying this? Never! Give me that in Wisdom Solomon 18:15 one more again.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 18, verse 15.
Read.
Thine almighty way.
Thine almighty word.
Leap down from heaven.
Leap down from heaven. That's what you just saw. He leaped down from heaven, man. Read.
Out of thy royal throne.
Out of thy royal throne, because the Lord heard our cry. Is that going down there? Read.
As a fierce man of war.
As a fierce man of war. Read.
Into the midst of a land of destruction.
Into the midst of the land of Babylon the great whore. That's what, listen, man, this is beautiful stuff right here. You understand? This is some heavy stuff, man. Man, that's beautiful. Isaiah 34, verse 8. I gotta go for the more. Isaiah 34, verse 5 and 8.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 34, verse 5.
Read.
For my soul shall be praised in heaven.
Read.
Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea.
It shall come down upon Idumea. Who's bringing the soul? Christ. Read.
And upon the people of my curse.
And upon the people of my curse. Remember, this curse is talking about Cain. When Cain killed his brother, he never paid for that crime. So now, listen, the Most High is patient, you see. I mean, this happened thousands and thousands of years ago when he killed his brother. And he never paid for that crime. The Lord said, I'm going to send you back as Esau. And you're going to continue to kill upon this earth. And when your time is up, when your card is pulled up, guess what? Revenge is mine. Read.
And upon the people of my curse to judgment.
Verse 8.
Verse 8. For it is the day of the Lord's vengeance.
That's what we just saw in that video. Read.
And the year of recompenses for the controversy of Zion.
The year of recompense means the year of judgment. Payback. Read for the what?
For it is the day of the Lord's vengeance and the year of recompenses for the controversy of Zion.
For the controversy of Zion. Okay, all praises to the Lord. We can close the street now. Okay, we need to break. Okay, you can put the banner up in. Alright. There it is, all praises to the Lord. They're not hearing us.